I just want to say I've been gone for a couple of Mondays, and I'm back, and I'm happy to be back. And if I make a mistake, it's because I've been gone and on vacation. So hang in there with me. But it did give me some chance to rest and relax a little bit. Okay, awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, the day of May 15, 2017 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week of May 14th through the 20th, 2017 as National Police Week in the City of Salina. Police Chief Brad Nelson will read the proclamation.
Chief Nelson.
Thank you. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas law enforcement officers play an important role in safeguarding the rights, freedom, safety, and security of the citizens of our community. And whereas the City of Salina desires to honor the valor, dedication, service, and sacrifice of its own peace officers, 4 of whom have been killed in the line of duty. And whereas 144 officers were killed in the line of duty in 2016, and sadly, 43, and if I could update that, it's actually 49 now. The time this was written, it was 43, have been killed in the line of duty so far this year. Our community joins with other cities and towns to honor all peace officers everywhere. Now, therefore, I, K.J. Crawford, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 14th to May 20th, 2017 to be Police Week, and call upon all our citizens in this community to especially honor and show our sincere appreciation for the peace officers of this city by deed, remark, and attitude. I call upon all our citizens to make every effort to express their thanks to our officers who make it possible for us to leave our homes and families in safety each day and to return to our homes knowing they are protected by officers willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary to guard our loved ones, property, and government against all who would violate the law. Signed this 8th day of May 2017 at the City of Salina, State of Kansas, in the witness thereof. The seal and the signature of the city are affixed. K.J. Crawford, Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll be there Wednesday. Is there any other activities that you want to tell people about?
That's what we have. Wednesday is the main at 8:30 at Jerry Ivy Park. If you notice, police officers pretty much nationwide will be wearing the mourning badge to honor those that have passed before us. But that's why you'll see the majority, if not all, police officers nationwide will be wearing these on their badges.
Very good. I've noticed several flags at half-staff, as this should be, right. And I noticed it this morning. So, okay, here's your proclamation. And I'll see you Wednesday. Okay, we have Citizens Forum. Anyone wishing to...
Actually, we had one more proclamation.
Oh, we do? Oh. I don't have that on my deal. Do I have an amended agenda? I don't think so.
Well, you know, actually, there is only one on this one, too.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. We can do another one.
Right. There are 2 in the packet, though.
Yeah, there is. Thank you. Okay. Proclamation of the City of Salina, Kansas. I don't have any. Who was to read that?
Salina Head Start Week, Elena Ryan, Administrative Assistant.
Elena, come on up.
Thank you. Whereas supporting our children in their earliest years with high-quality care and education is one of the best investments we can make as a nation, and whereas May 18th marks the 52nd birthday of Head Start, and whereas Head Start has helped lift up millions of America's children and their families in communities and across our country, and whereas Heartland Early Education's Head Start and Early Head Start programs serve over 400 children in Saline County. It says now, therefore, I, K.J. Crawford, Mayor of City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th to May 19th, 2017 to be Salina Head Start Week in the City of Salina, and urge our citizens and all agencies and organizations to support Heartland Early Education in their mission to empower children and their families through quality education, signed this 15th day of May 2017 at the City of Salina, State of Kansas. In the witness thereof, the seal and the signature of the city are affixed.
Okay, do you have any special projects this week,
Well-
other than reading to the kiddies?
Yes, we thank you, Carl Ryan, City Commissioner, for agreeing to come tomorrow, and Melissa Hodges for reading to our classrooms today. Mayor Kay Crawford herself has read to our classroom in January. It's very important that the community understand that we provide free services to children in poverty and families in poverty in Saline County. We offer child care. We offer preschool services. We offer home visitation services to families in crisis. We want to make sure that we spread the word that we're here and available to help any families, and I did bring some information. If
Okay.
anybody would
Okay.
like applications to provide to anyone in the community, I would have them available. And you can visit us on our website at usd305.com/Head Start or on our Facebook page, Heartland Early Education of Salina.
And I would add that when I was out there, I was amazed at what a beautiful building it is, and how many kids you were serving. So I would encourage anyone in the listening audience to just maybe call out there and set up a time for a tour of the
Absolutely.
Heartland. Yeah, it's really, I was surprised at
Everyone
as
is welcome.
many classrooms as there were, and it was really kind of fun. I enjoyed it. But
Thank
anyway,
you.
here's your proclamation. Thank you for doing this, and thank you to Commissioner Hodges for suggesting it.
Thank you, Elena.
Okay, now we'll get to Citizens Forum. Anyone wishing to address the commission may do so. Give your name and your address, please, at the microphone. Mr. Holm.
Randall Holm, 311 East Crawford. There's a couple issues I'd like to see addressed. The first one is in reference to the commissioners' phone numbers and personal emails being published in the city reference page, so that when we're trying to find out how to get a hold of you each, we have an easier way to do that. Also, Salina, like many, if not all communities, has a very active rumor mill. And I kind of like to get my information firsthand when I can, instead of relying on what may be totally false. Several rumors that can be killed, corrected, or confirmed by either a single response today or by each commissioner affirming or denying the following are, and one has to do with what the current maximum budget proposal to be spent on the river revitalization project is, and are there any additional stages being planned, and how are they going to be financed? And that's whether it's the $1.35 million that was voted on. I've heard $4 million, and I've heard $20 million. So that rumor mill's really running wild on what you all are planning to spend, and I'd like to get that answered. And if any of those amounts exceed that $1.35 million, are you planning on going back to the voters to get authorization for it? Seeing as I felt, and so did a lot of other people, we kind of capped that at $1.35 million in the vote last April. And also, do any of the commissioners or the mayor own any property that is adjacent or close to any of the revitalization river area, or its enhancement or proposal projects? And then, do you have any business relationships, or will you potentially have any business relationships that could or will profit from said river project revitalization or efforts? And those are kind of the questions I'd like to see answered. Do you want me to stay up here?
No,
or
I'd rather you have a seat, and I know that city manager has written those questions down, and we can either answer them now or we can send a letter or something later.
I can give you a framework. The spending was really clear, what we said in our communication. There was nothing about the cost of the river in the actual voting language, but what we put in our communication is the intent is to use what today would go towards Kenwood Cove. It's about $1.35 million per year as debt service towards the river project over presumably a period of 20 years. Now, in addition to that, as you think about that, and you've had a presentation, if we can leverage any federal or private dollars, we would certainly want to do that. And just the short rest of the answer is the river has multiple phases. You've got to look, for anyone who attended the study session, would know that there's multiple phases being planned for the design. Doesn't mean that the funds will be there to construct all phases, because some are more core phase in the stream, and although they all relate to the river itself, none of them relate to any private property development. So anyway, that's one where they just need to pay attention and follow all the open meetings and open discussions on the river design process as it continues. But there are multiple phases that you'll get to prioritize and consider when you look at a budget as this thing continues. The only other thing I would add is I can't address your question of properties, but what I can address is, and I think you know this, is that there is a state law that deals with substantial interest, and it has to do with private business relationships and actions you take up there, both contracts and non-contract situations. So that really is your framework, truly, when you think about your role in moving on any capital improvement project, whether it be the Smoky Hill River renewal, a street project, a utility project, or any other project. So that's certainly what you need to think about. I don't know that I can address anything beyond that.
I know we get a letter from the editor every year, or the auditor every year, so that we have to sign concerning business interests. So anyway, maybe that helps you a little bit. Is there anyone else have anything to bring before the commission today? Do you have one more question? One more question.
I would like to have the individual commissioners directly.
I'm not going to ask the commission to do that right now. If you want to call each one of us, maybe they'll be able to do that. Okay, we are going to move on to public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time. We do not have one. Any of those. Consent agenda. Allison.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of May 8th, 2017. Item 6.2, approve resolution number 17-7454, authorizing a renewal of the certified local government agreement with the State Historic Preservation Officer, allowing the Salina Heritage Commission to assume responsibility for performing National State Register project review under the State Historic Preservation Act. 6.3, approve resolution number 17-7455, authorizing the mayor to sign the I-35, I-70 Drug Task Force Agreement with the Board of County Commissioners of Saline County, Kansas, the Saline County Sheriff's Office, and the Saline County Attorney's Office, outlining the administration, staffing, and equipping of the task force.
Okay, is there a motion to approve item 6.1 and 6.2?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve item 6.1 and 6.2 of the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. 6.3, and I'll ask for some clarification on 6.3.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The reason that I had mentioned to you before the meeting and would request now that that item be handled separately was strictly to apprise you of the fact that you'll see at your place a modified version of the actual agreement. And that relates to actually Section 4 of the agreement, that the elaboration all relates to the statutory context in which the county attorney's office is compensated in the event that it is required to conduct a forfeiture hearing. That paragraph addresses the terms under which and how the property involved would be valued and such through that sort of procedure. So I was the one that felt that between when this went out in your packet and in looking at that further, felt that we should elaborate on that process more fully. So I am sorry for that not being in your first version, but that's the extent of the change. As I say, that was the only reason for suggesting that we remove it from the consent agenda. I know Chief Nelson and Captain Forrester are certainly here if you do have any substantive questions, but that was the only point. The other thing I might mention, as you can tell, we're working with the county councilor in relation to the county's participation, as well as the sheriff's office and the Saline County Attorney's Office. This final version is under review by those offices as well, and if we may, would appreciate an indication from you all if this agreement meets your approval. If there are any minor non-substantive modifications, we might ask that we would be authorized to go ahead and have it executed on that basis. If there are any substantive changes as a result of that further feedback, we'll certainly come back to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Just a minor one. I think I can figure out the answer. But if, for example, the Salina Police Department was to place a forfeited property in to service, the police department budget would then compensate the county attorney's office, or is that a city general fund reimbursement? Or
I'll look to Captain Forrester to be sure. It's my understanding that one placed in service like that, it would still be, that compensation would still be addressed from the fund, as I would understand
Right.
it.
It would still come from forfeiture funds, no money. The Drug Task Force doesn't operate on any funds from our budget, the Salina Police Department budget. It's operated solely off of forfeiture funds, other than the officers' salaries. So in the case of what you're talking about, what we would do is we take the face value of, say, a vehicle, if we're going to put it in service, and we would pay the county attorney their percentage based off that value out of those forfeiture funds before we put it into service.
You have a
that would answer your
healthy
question.
fund balance then?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
That was it.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve item 6.3.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve item 6.3, resolution number 17-7455, as amended, a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign the I-135, I-70 Drug Task Force Agreement outlining the administration, staffing, and equipment of the task force.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 17-7455. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, it's passed. Administration, item 7.1.
Item 7.1, second reading ordinance number 17-10882, amending Article 10, signs in Chapter 42 of the Salina Code.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is on there, but we're going to need a lot of help to get through the second reading aspect of this. But just to way of background and briefing, this went through the Planning Commission public hearing process and review. They came up with the best recommended draft that they could based on input that they received and based on the legal advice that they received. That came to you on first reading on the 17th of April. That passed on first reading. It came back to you on the 24th of April. There were some questions and concerns from members of the public as well as from commissioners, primarily in the area of off-site open house and for sale signs, off-site garage sale type signs, and the question of what we would call construction or contractor signs located on individual residential lots. And since that, so what you did was postpone consideration of second reading to today's meeting, and since that time you have had a number of sessions and received a memo from the city's legal counsel about some additional options in that area. But the ordinance that is in front of you today is unchanged from first reading, but is certainly in a position where you could give us direction on any changes that you would like to see considered. But I just wanted to go back and just refresh everyone that one of the components of this were, first of all, to add a purpose section to the sign regulations. So there's a recital there of the purposes for why you are engaging in the regulation of signs. There were either clarifications or additions to the definition of what it constitutes a construction sign, a garage sale sign, an open house sign, and a real estate sign. The definition of banner flag was clarified. The definition of feather flag was added, and a definition for inflatable sign was added, and a definition for what constitutes a temporary sign was added to the sign regulations and is located at the bottom of page 4 of the ordinance. As to the body of the ordinance itself, it basically allows on an individual residential lot 2 individual yard signs to be placed. On a commercial or non-residential lot, it also allows 2 freestanding signs to be placed. The difference being that in residential lot, it's limited to 8 square feet. On a non-residential lot, it can be up to 32 square feet in size. The ordinance allows for additional yard signs. Essentially, during an election season, you can have up to 4 additional yard signs 45 days prior and remove 7 days after any federal, state, or local election. There's also a provision that allows you to have 1 additional yard sign if your property is for sale or lease, and that sign has to be on the property for sale or lease. And the option to have 1 additional open house or garage sale sign, again, on the property where that event is taking place. In the non-residential setting, such as at schools or churches or commercial properties, there's a provision for having 2 additional yard signs describing the construction activity taking place on the property, and those signs can be displayed while there's an active building permit and have to be removed 7 days after the project is complete and a certificate of occupancy is issued. In the residential setting, there is an overall cap of 6 signs at any one time. So for the purposes of whether it's an election season, you would not expect to have any more than 6 signs on an individual residential lot at any one time. The items that were discussed at the April 24th meeting, as subsequent to that, there were some options put forward by the city's legal counsel for allowing for off-site real estate and garage sale signs, and also allowing for contractor signs on individual residential lots, and that was described as option 2 in the memo that is in your packet. But obviously, in order to do that, that would require additional fleshing out and guidance from you, and probably referral back to the Planning Commission to get some input from them as to things like specified number of days, hours, number of days that might elapse, whether we want to be more restrictive to height, square footage, or spacing. But those were certainly things that we would want to get guidance from you on. But as we look at the options that are laid out in your blue sheet report, essentially you could approve the ordinance as it's drafted on second reading. You could approve it with any minor modifications or revisions or additions you wish to make at today's meeting. If you think it needs major work, you could refer it back to the Planning Commission and give some direction on what you'd like to see considered by both the Planning Commission and staff and legal team that would work with them, and then this would work its way back up to you once the Planning Commission had made a recommendation, or you could decide to make no changes to the sign code at all, which we don't feel is an advisable option at this time. So with that, I've tried to give you the best history and overview that I can. If there are specific things, especially related to option 2, I would refer those to our legal counsel. But essentially, you have the recommendation, which is fairly limited in terms of allowing any type of commercial sign in a residential setting, which came from the Planning Commission. You have kind of the hybrid or middle ground approach, which would add those things contained in option 2, and then there's the third option, which is the complete content neutrality option, which essentially these various exceptions that we've carved out would probably all go away, and you'd basically say on an individual residential lot you get X number of signs this big, and on a non-residential lot this many signs this big, and not try to get into any specification of what the content or purpose of those or message of those signs would be.
Okay. Any questions?
One question on option 2 for off-site real estate, open house and garage sale signs. Those signs that are off-site would be a commercial sign in the residential area, but because none of these signs have to actually use the words that we're describing them by. In other words, a sign that's placed for house for sale does not have to say house for sale.
Correct. And I
Because
would
we
let
can't specify the content of any of these signs, even though we're referring to them here as designated use signs. You really can't specify that they say house for sale. So that would mean that you could have a commercial message in that off-site sign in the residential area, which would be less restrictive than actually what you'd allow.
the thinking
On-site.
there is that if you had very specific time limits, day limits, hours, and the ground limits, we couldn't specify what that sign said as far as its message. It wouldn't have to be for a garage sale. It wouldn't have to be for open house. The hope behind the idea is that it wouldn't be used or wouldn't be appealing to the general advertising sign because of the time, place, and manner restrictions being more restrictive than maybe what you would see if you had no distinctions at all between commercial and non-commercial. And I want Aaron to amplify on that, but that's the way I'm interpreting
Just to
that.
piggyback to that, because you may know the answer, is there a limit to how far the off-site sign can be from the, I'll use the term on-site, or the property in question?
Well, that would be up to you. There's a number of ways you could approach the option 2 model that we've presented you with. One of the options we identified for allowing off-site varieties of real estate, open house and garage sale sign is to simply classify them as off-site advertising signs and allow them on very tight time, place, and manner basis. One option would be to approach that without any relation whatsoever to the actual property that is having the open house or having the property for sale, and simply say that in a residential neighborhood, any lot owner can have an off-site temporary commercial sign during this time period if it meets these size requirements. Another more complicated model that could be done would be to say if there is a house for sale within X feet, then you are allowed to have one off-site temporary sign. That would obviously present difficulties in measurement requirements for enforcement staff, but it could be done where you tie the allowance to an event that is occurring within a certain proximity of that sign placement. We did not get into that approach in the memo, I don't believe, but that you could theoretically do that.
So there would be nothing that right now would prevent someone from moving the sign all around town every weekend. If they were only up for 72 hours, that sign could be placed anywhere in town on sequential weekends, and it would be a legal commercial sign in a residential area.
Yes, depending on how the ultimate ordinance is drafted, but that could be a possibility, yes. If it's possible, and I don't want to interfere with the presentation, but if it's helpful to just kind of take it from the top in terms of the research that we were tasked with at the last April 24th meeting and our findings, just to kind of elaborate on those and how it influences the two options that we've presented you with. I'd be happy to do that when the timing is appropriate. Ready for that?
Sounds like a
Okay.
good time.
Yeah, I think the time is
As Mr. Andrew mentioned, at the April 24th meeting, the City Commission directed legal counsel to conduct further research on a particular issue. And specifically, we were asked to research and confirm whether the city may exempt certain categories of commercial temporary signs from a general prohibition on commercial signs in residential zoning districts. And those categories to be potentially exempted included construction signs and the on-site and off-site varieties of real estate and open house and garage sale signs. So we researched that issue, and a summary of our findings is included in your agenda packet for this item. And I guess before speaking to those research findings, I just wanted to kind of revisit the issue that precipitated this question in the first place. And this issue is brought about by the fact that the proposed text amendment, as recommended by the Planning Commission, generally prohibits the display of commercial messages on temporary signs in residential districts. So assuming you start with that general prohibition, the issue becomes how you legally create exceptions to that or relief for certain types of signs that you may wish to allow. So with that kind of framed as the overarching issue, there's really two options that we've identified for potentially exempting those proposed categories of signs. One option, as I will explain, really doesn't work. The other one does. We'll speak to both of them briefly just so everyone's on the same page in terms of what we looked at and how we reached our conclusions. The first option, we'll call it option one. It's a content-based model. It involves creating specific content-based exceptions for real estate, open house, garage sale, and construction signs. So we have the general prohibition, and then we say, except it doesn't apply to these things. So on its face, that seems easy enough. It would sure be the easiest to accomplish in a text amendment. But as we've discussed at prior meetings, content-based regulations are problematic from a legal perspective and not favored by courts. So our research confirmed that content-based exception for on-site real estate signs would be permissible based on Supreme Court of the United States precedent. And that authority could reasonably extended to on-site exceptions for open house and garage sale signs, arguably. But the additional content-based exceptions for contractor signs and off-site real estate and open house and garage sale signs present significant legal risk. So we were unable to find any legal authority or published case law that supported the creation of content-based exceptions for those additional categories of signs. And for that reason, we concluded that option one is really not a viable option from a legal perspective and not something we would recommend. It's probably worth noting that this was mentioned in the memo as well. Following the April 24th meeting, I reached out to Patrick Vogelsberg, who is the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for the Kansas Association of Realtors. Mr. Vogelsberg, we spoke, had a nice conversation about the city's sign code and any insight he may have based on his industry representation. He is an attorney. He was not aware of any additional legal authorities with respect to option one, and he generally agreed with our assessment that it would be problematic for the city to create content-based exceptions for some off-site signs such as real estate and open house, but not others. When we spoke last week, he had not seen a copy of the ordinance, and he asked that we send him one. We've provided him one and invited him to share any insight or comments or suggestions for this or any future meetings. And as of today, haven't heard back from him, but it was a nice conversation and it basically confirmed our legal approach. So that's option one. We confirmed it's not really a viable option, but wanted to share our analysis of it and the process we went through. So that leaves option two. And option two utilizes a content-neutral approach to allow some or all of the proposed categories of signs. And it does that by regulating signs with time, place, and manner rules. So I've mentioned that phrase, time, place, and manner rules before at previous meetings, but those are rules that apply without regard to what the sign actually says. So they're content neutral, and they're much more likely to be upheld by a court. An example of a time regulation, for example, would be a law that says signs are allowed during certain hours or during certain days or during the occurrence of certain events, regardless of what the sign says. An example of a place regulation would be a law that prohibits signs in certain locations, such as a zoning district or within 15 feet of a road. An example of a manner regulation would be a law that limits the size or the quantity of signs you can have. So generally, those types of regulations are permissible, and that's where you want to end up in order to constitutionally regulate most signs. So the memo enclosed with your packet provides an example of how each category of temporary commercial sign could be accommodated via time, place, and manner regulations. Because option 2, and this is a very important point, because option 2 is content neutral, it does have the potential unintended effect of allowing additional types of messages to be displayed in addition to those that we're indirectly trying to allow. So that is a compromise that you make when you go with the content neutral model. So for example, I won't go through all of the details of the memo, but for example, with respect to on-site real estate and open house and garage sale signs, the content neutral approach to dealing with those would be to simply categorize them as business signs, on-site business signs, and simply to say that when your house is for sale or when your property is open for a garage sale or open house, you get a business sign in a residential neighborhood. Again, we can't control what it says, so you're free to put up a sign advertising an out-of-state, or excuse me, any other lawful business activity that's occurring on your property. With respect to the off-site varieties of the open house and real estate and garage sale signs, you could accommodate those by simply allowing those to be placed within a residential zoning district. You could regulate them with time, place, and manner restrictions, so only allow them, Thursday through Sunday or whatever days you choose, whatever hours you choose, and you could impose any different size requirements on those types of signs. And finally, with respect to construction signs, those could be accommodated by categorizing them as on-site business signs on the basis that it represents a business that's being conducted or performed at that site. And you could say that an on-site business sign is allowed when the property is undergoing active construction. So again, those would indirectly allow those varieties of signs in addition to other types of commercial signs. The benefits of option 2 are accompanied by those unintended consequences, and there's a number of different ways you could tailor option 2. You could do part of it to simply allow the construction signs but not the other off-site varieties, or vice versa. So it's not a complete package that you have to accept. You could accept parts of it. If you wish to explore option 2, we could walk you through the information we would need to come back to you with an ordinance that adopts that approach. But currently, the ordinance before you and the one recommended by the Planning Commission does not embody the option 2 approach.
So if we go option 2 and we felt content neutral was important, is that substantial enough change that it ought to be referred back to the Planning Commission?
It would be a substantial enough change that it would require either a 2/3 majority vote of the City Commission or a referral back to the Planning Commission to consider an alternative model and then to make another recommendation to the governing body. So I believe it would be appropriate for the City Commission to make substantive changes either today or in the future, but it would require a 2/3 majority vote.
Got a question about about the option 2, and that is, if we adopt the option 2 and it's somehow, for whatever reason, challenged, it's not the type of structure that is going to be, would you consider, easily defendable? Or would it be something where we may end up saying we can't defend it and we go back to step 1?
We believe it would be defensible. It is a time, place, if it were properly drafted, it would be strictly a time, place, and manner regulation. and it has, for those same reasons that it has those potential unintended consequences, that would be the safeguard that a court would probably look to be satisfied that it satisfies First Amendment requirements.
So we'd have to be happy with saying that with option 2, for that particular time, place, or manner designation, anything goes.
Yes, you'd have to be comfortable with the,
You'd have to say, okay, we're fine with, for whatever that,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, Commissioners, the one way to look at it, and I think you've hit on it, is that initially, last time you met, you were talking about very, very limited commercial messaging that possibly didn't take care of all the public's needs, at least as requested by you then. And now we're trying to figure out how to do that, and you were comparing that to a complete, truly content neutral from perspective of commercial and non-commercial message that someone could put on whatever number and size of signs on their on a residential property. What option 2, as you mentioned, does is from the perspective of what the message is, it is completely content neutral, commercial, non-commercial. What it is, though, is from the perspective of time, place, and manner, it's just somewhat less restrictive or more restrictive than just an open-ended content neutral, commercial, non-commercial, as you would have with regards to whatever signs you're allowed on your property, you can always put any of those messages. This is a little different because it does place mostly the time issue. The place sort of relates to it, mostly the time issue on it. So it's very close to go into the perspective, to taking on the perspective of just however many signs are allowed or in whatever time of year, put on commercial or non-commercial. It's pretty close to that, actually, particularly as Commissioner Davis was referencing when you realize it's triggered by an event, but it's not a trigger that you can really relate to. Therefore,
Right.
The message can be anything and it can be moved around. That's exactly true. And it kind of makes you at some point think, well, is it worth trying to put effort into regulating it that way?
Right.
You might be better off just to go ahead and allow the full content neutral, commercial, non-commercial period with a limited number. At least you got to consider that. And from our perspective, as you know, whatever you guys want to do, we'll work hard to make it as successful as we can be. That's what we're supposed to do, and that's what we will do. And we don't have a real strong opinion on this anyway, because it's a court case that brought this to you, and we're just trying to help you work through it. But if you look at how we spend time, my preference would be, if we could, is that we spend more time from our development services on planning than on regulation in this case, if there's not a big difference. And it's up to you to decide if you think there's a big difference or not. But it'd be nice not to spend more time on regulation if we really don't think we can chase it down, and if we're better off to apply an easier approach.
Right. So what I'm hearing you say by regulation is that there's really no realistic expectation that we can enforce this.
I think it would be very, very difficult to chase little signs all around town when you think of the volume and try to say, well, that sign had been there 3 days and it was only supposed to be there 2 for that purpose, yeah.
I certainly agree with that assessment. The one scenario that I think was discussed that might be enforceable is a Friday through Sunday approach, so that we at least know on any other day of the week there shouldn't be a sign at all. If we get to this circumstance where you've got to track down, this is an offset, this is authorized on the basis of a sale of a home somewhere else, but the sign doesn't even reference the sale of a home, I don't practically know how staff would do that.
But none of these signs have to be content. I mean, none of these signs have to say house for sale.
Right, no, that's my point.
The content is totally open. It's just about really more of a time restriction approach. That's
Right.
really kind of what you're talking about, I believe. It's proper characterization.
Yes, and if I could clarify one point, just when we talk about under the option 2 model, if we were to say something along the lines of, if your house is for sale, or if you're having a garage sale, you're allowed one business sign. That does not mean that you would be entitled to advertise an off-site business. By virtue of the definition of business, it's strictly an on-site activity. So that would open the door to allowing any other message for lawful business activity on the premises, but it wouldn't open the door for off-site commercial signage to be displayed. Where you open the door to off-site commercial signage is if you start allowing off-site open house and garage sale signs. That is where those signs can be substituted with any other off-site commercial message.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all staff for the amount of time that they've put into an ordinance that it doesn't appear that we're really enforcing a sign ordinance now. It doesn't appear that after hearing from staff, it doesn't appear that it's a problem that people bring to us often. And I am not in any way implying or asking that staff starts becoming the temporary sign police. I think we've spent a great deal of time on this, and I do want to thank Mr. Martin and Mr. Bankston for their patience with talking through this. Reviewing the memo and our past discussions, the Hodges model, which is the completely content-neutral model, would still be my preferred approach, but option 2 addresses most of my concerns in terms of what I've been hearing from the community. So if that is a substantial enough change that it needs to go back to the Planning Commission, or if that's something that we can do the supermajority with today, if that's agreeable to any of the other commissioners, that's something that I could live with.
Just a question, I guess, for the other four. The option 2 has the potential to allow commercial signage in a residential area, yet we stated that I'm assuming we're operating under the principle that our basic tenet is that commercial signage is generally not allowed in residential areas for purposes of property value, aesthetics. For whatever reason, people don't want a bunch of signs littering their sidewalk when they look down the street. And number 2 gives a person an end around. I'm not saying the likelihood of that here is very high, but I wouldn't want us to be back here a year from now, or our fine attorneys being in court a year from now, because we allowed one type of commercial sign and not another. I'm not even sure which business or which type of person would go through the effort to contest it, but it just seems as though we'd be leaving ourselves open for a major contradiction within the policy. So if we really don't mind having commercial signage in residential neighborhoods, there's no reason to limit anything but the number of signs. If our basic number 1 goal, I think, if I'm understanding standard, the Planning Commission thought that residential areas would be best suited free of commercial signage. Anything that allows that should not be part of our policy. Although, and this is the left brain, right brain war I've had for the last 3 weeks, the things that are being accepted here are the very 3 things that were my first questions. Well, what about these guys? What about those guys? What about these guys? Sometimes there have to be, I guess what you call collateral damage, and if we can't do something that's going to be defensible in the eye of the court, then there's going to be some damage somewhere. So I just wanted to get your opinions on this.
Mr. Martin, do you consider option number 2? You said it before. It's legally defensible.
Yes, we haven't put anything on paper yet other than what's on the memo, but it could be structured in a way that we would be comfortable recommending it. As referenced in the memo, there are some other communities who have taken that approach. We cited those communities in the memo. So yes.
Well, I'll just say I concur with the Planning Commission decision. I think that option 2, while it may be more desirable than option 1 from a defending it point of view, I think the unintended consequences are such that they will be detrimental to the residential areas, and I think be harmful to property values. So I pretty much concur with the Planning Commission recommendation and what they had passed, and that is, if I'm correct, to allow the exceptions of residential real estate, the real estate signs, and the on-premises open house and garage sale signs.
Yeah, I think the real estate signs were on premise as well. Yeah.
I was just going to say, do any of the commissioners want to step out in faith and put that in motion?
I would make a motion that if you're looking for that at this time, or do you want to?
You had
Ask for it, Commissioner.
Well, I was just going to
Yeah.
comment,
Right.
and that is that I think issue number 1, solving the Supreme Court instructions on this, and number two is not rocking the boat in the community. I don't have a problem with how people do their signs. I think the open, non-content approach is the best way to go. But it offers the two problems of enforcement and somebody abusing the commercialization side of it. But I don't really think people are going to abuse that commercial side. And if they did, there's still the enforcement aspect. So I guess I'd like to see it go back to the Planning Commission, and because I think we've kind of changed the perspective on this now, considering the other two options, and see how restrictive they suggest it to be, and then we can tailor it from there.
Commissioners, before you would make a motion, even though this is a continuation discussion, I don't know that you're under a formal obligation to allow public comment, but typically you would. So just as a reminder, if you wish to do that, it'd be good when you're finished talking among yourselves to allow some public comment. You can bring it back and then, of course, do whatever you'd like.
Public comment. Mr. Holm.
Randall Holm, 311 East Crawford. First off, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I want to thank you and all of the staff for the hard work, the many different things being considered, and the fact that you appear to have been listening to the public to a large degree. The vote will show which part of the public comes out the most ahead. I am a firm believer that unless there is a serious problem, don't overregulate it. The content neutral has the best approach to do, I think, the least harm to the public. If we then see that being abused, we can address that at that time. I agree with Commissioner Ryan. If there isn't a problem, don't worry about it. I don't think there'll be a problem. My background is mostly real estate on off-premise signs. Off-premise signs are extremely important in my business, and I have recently found out, having had the last 2 weekends estate sales on my mother's at my mother's property, how important off-premise signs are for those. I surveyed a large number of the people that came to both of those sales, and the majority of them had not seen any of my paid advertising or free web advertising. They saw the off-site directional arrow, or even across the street, the directional arrow. They didn't see the one at the house, and came because one of those two. It's very important, and I've stressed in the past that I feel it's very important for real estate for those very same reasons. I ask that you strongly consider the neutral content option and off-site allowance with reasonable limitations, and that, however you choose to approach that. I'd also still prefer to see the maximum sign on-site raised to 8.5 instead of 8 square feet. I greatly thank you for the increase to the 8 square feet, but there are still several people in the real estate business in Salina and other businesses in Salina that those temporary signs, on a rare occasion, could hit that 8.5 square feet with all the riders that might be applicable for that specific property. And I think one sign a half a square foot bigger is better than the agent having to post 2 signs to meet the limit and have 16 square feet maybe of signs instead of 8.5. I thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration and your listening, and I hope you'll vote to be as least restrictive as possible because of the First Amendment on freedom of speech, and also not to ignore personal property rights of that off-site person being able to say yay or nay on whether they want to help a friend, a neighbor, or just whoever in allowing those off-site signs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I just have one quick question for Mr. Hobby, since you directly are involved in this, in the sign enforcement part of this. And that is would you, when we talk about off-premises open house and garage sale signs, would you characterize the placement of most of those signs to be legally placed on a lot or illegally placed in the right-of-way?
The majority of the signs we are seeing are illegally placed in the right-of-way. at this particular time anyway.
Okay. And I ask that just because that's, and thank you, because that's been my observation. And so I think when we sit here and we say, well, let's allow just anything goes, what we're actually doing is we're saying, let's carve out an exception so that we can allow certain signs to exist where they currently exist illegally, and by allowing them to be placed off premises on somebody's lot, they're not going to be placed on somebody's lot off premise. So I think we're opening the door wide for something that is not, it's not a problem. It's not a problem that somebody can't put an off premises garage sale or open house sign on someone else's lot, because they're currently not doing that. They're currently being placed in the right-of-way illegally, and so it doubly compounds that argument that says, well, we can trust them to do the right thing when they're not really doing the right thing currently. So I think at the very least, by going with the Planning Commission's recommendation, we do no harm. Because frankly, we're not opening it up to the open house and garage sale signs being damaged in a way that they're not able to exist today. Now, the only exception may be the construction on premises sign, which quite frankly I think is the bigger can of worms that I think is probably more open to abuse.
Are you saying then to continue to allow the off-site signs in the right-of-way, which is not
no,
legal placement?
They're not allowed.
So
Right
are you suggesting enforcement of the rule we already have?
Well, I think it is being enforced to the extent that we're able to enforce it. You know,
We don't have enough police force or something there.
But I'm just saying
Inspectors.
I'm just saying that by opening it wide open to allow something to happen that currently isn't happening, because it ought to be happening. It shouldn't be in the right of way, but it's in the right of way. So I think we're just opening it up to.
Those are safe signs, and those aren't the signs I'm worried about. It's the sign of someone who will have a legitimate challenge to our seemingly regulating the signs based on content. In fact, I was going to ask the attorney, is it easy to come back and re-regulate this tighter without losing content neutrality? Because if you regulate it further, I'm assuming it's going to be to restrict a certain type of sign, which you then cross the line of content neutral.
Are we speaking of a particular content type
Well,
of sign?
if we were to go with number 2 and say, well, if there's no problem, we won't have to worry about fixing it. But if, say, there does become a problem, apologize to my mother, striptease joints around town want to put up signs in residential neighborhoods. Option number 2 would allow that. And if there's a public outcry, because now obviously the person on the corner would have to agree to have it placed in their property, because if it's in the right-of-way, we can come and snatch it up anyway. But if the other neighbors get upset at that neighbor, eventually that discontent's going to end up at that podium. And then we'll have to come back here and revisit this. And that's what I'm trying to avoid now. You know, if the risk of that is infinitesimally small, which I suspect it probably is, we're safe, and some future commission will probably have to worry about it. But it's just leaving a big door open. Now, I don't know how easy this is to ratchet down once you've set the initial policy.
Well, hopefully I answer your question correctly, but if we were to pursue some form of option 2, and a particular sign type became prevalent that was objectionable to the general public, it would be appropriate to come back and amend the sign code. Just as it would be now, it would be problematic if in the future it could be shown that we were targeting a particular message or viewpoint. But presuming that we were able to come back and amend the sign code in a way that applies uniformly to all messages, it would not be problematic or expose the city to legal risk So I think there would be an opportunity, whatever model we choose, to come back at a later date and fix any perceived issues that are experienced. As long as when we come back and do that, we don't target a particular viewpoint or message.
So in other words, whatever you approve today that would be considered legally enforceable, you could do tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's really the way of looking at it. One thing to think about, too, is kind of interesting as we talk about where placement is. And we no matter where we end up, where you end up, we need to do a better job of educating people about where the right-of-way is. Because there isn't, you don't go outside, and most people think the right-of-way line is the curb, right? They think it's where the physical street begins. And they don't know there's this invisible line, and they're kind of in their yard, that on this side it's the city's property, on that side is their property. So it's just something we have to constantly do. With that said, it means that a lot of people kind of indiscriminately put signs out there, possibly knowing that they're in the right-of-way, but probably they don't. And then I think there are probably quite a few people as well that probably have no idea that on a little temporary poke-in-the-yard sign for a day or two that we in any way would regulate the content of it today. Right. My point in saying that is I can't say that we wouldn't have a explosion of, dance hall or striptease signs, but I'm kind of doubting it.
The only example I could think of, I
based on my
apologize.
crystal ball is as foggy as everyone else's, but just based on past experience, when you try to think of someone who really doesn't have any idea what our sign ordinance says, we haven't seen that. So I can't say there wouldn't be, but I'm kind of not too worried about that at this point in time.
So the actual enforcement will be the taste of the homeowner, probably on the corner, who would have to get permission for those signs. I mean, the easiest way to regulate distasteful signs in the right-of-way is pull them up because they're in the right-of-way.
Yeah, if there's an off-site sign that benefits you, that you're exactly right. Whomever's property that you would like to place that on will have to, in essence, agree and say, okay, I don't have a problem with that for a lot of reasons, and content. They get to choose contents or property. So that's one factor, and then they can decide whether they would allow that or not.
If I may, I'd like to add one clarification. As you were discussing the distinction between right-of-way and property ownership, I want to make sure that the listening public doesn't confuse who they need permission from. On occasion, we have entities that believe that they do not need the permission of the individual property owners as long as they stay in the right-of-way. So they'll blanket a road corridor on the premise that because they put it in the right-of-way, they don't need to talk to any of the property owners. And that is, number one, putting it in the right-of-way doesn't meet code today, but it is definitely an error to think that you avoid the applicable property owner by putting a sign in the right-of-way in their yard. I just want to I don't want any confusion to get out as part of this conversation in that regard.
And the property owner is responsible for maintenance of the right-of-way, correct, as far as grass and snow.
With a few exceptions, yes.
Well, I'm glad you made that point, because the flip side is that, we're pretty grateful that people do take care of that parking area, and if they honestly felt it's not theirs anymore, heavens knows how all that parking would look.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got a bus stop in front of your house and more of the utilities are out in front, maybe people aren't going to take charge of their parking down the road someday. So I'm glad they own it.
I don't live on a busy street, but if I did, someone plopped a sign anywhere in my yard, my right-of-way next to the street, and without asking, it's going to end up in my trash can. That's simple. I think that's what most people will do. They don't know the difference. If they don't like it, they're going to pick it up, pull it up, and say, I'm going to just throw it in the trash can. Thanks for playing.
I think that's what'll happen too with this. I think it's just I know there's a good reason for it, but it just seems like a whole lot of hullabaloo for nothing. I guess that's what it seems like to me. Does anyone want to make a motion, or is anybody willing to step out?
Commissioners, before you do that, I think when you started the public comment, I'm not sure you finished it. You had a public comment, and I think you went off into a different conversation. You might want to be sure if there's
I think
someone.
I asked if anyone else had any comment.
You may have then.
Public comment.
Okay.
Public comment about signs? Nope. Don't think so.
Close the public.
Close the public hearing.
I would just move, Madam Mayor, I just move that we approve proposed addition of section 42.500 and 42.511, and the amendment of sections 42.506, 42.507, 42.508 of Article 10, signs as recommended by the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 17-10882. Would this be on second reading? On second reading?
Yes. Second reading. Okay. Is there a second? I have a motion and no second, so that does not. Put that aside, I guess. Okay. Item 7.2.
Can we take some other action?
Actually,
Yeah,
Madam,
We didn't have a
Sorry,
second
go
on
ahead.
that.
You're still
right?
alive. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I would, and I think this is the action that we would be directing would be to return this to the Planning Commission to consider some adaptation of the option number 2 that Mr. Martin presented us. Is that the action that we would be taking today, or would we actually, because we would need to see the actual language in the ordinance in order to?
Yes, that would be one of your options, to return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration with some instructions on why it was not approved. I believe the alternative option would be we don't have a draft ordinance that does this today, but if we did, then by 2/3 majority vote, the governing body could approve an ordinance that makes substantive changes to the Planning Commission's proposed text amendment. So one of the options would be to provide further direction to generate such an ordinance if there were 2/3 majority vote when it came back to approve it, or you could simply return it to the Planning Commission.
Well, personally, I'd like to send it back to the Planning Commission. Some of their commissioners themselves got up and spoke at the first reading of this, so I could be comfortable to second Commissioner Hodges' motion.
Yeah. Yes, I would move that we return ordinance number 17-10882 to the Planning Commission with a request that they review the legal options presented, and with a view of incorporating option number 2 into a revised ordinance.
Second.
Okay. Any other public comment? Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against it because, and I'll just state that for the simple reason that it would be a violation of my professional ethics, and I just think it's a bad precedent to have those unintended consequences that, as I said before, I think will be a negative impact on property values and aesthetics in the community.
And
Okay.
just a
Anything
question.
else?
When this comes back to the City Commission, we'll have to go through a first and second reading again.
Correct.
This is just first reading.
So we can have this discussion again after we've all researched it some
Never gonna
a little
end.
more. All right.
No, it's just one of those items that's never, it goes on and on. Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Okay. 4-1. Okay. Now I can go to 7.2.
Item 7.2, authorize the mayor to execute a contract with the Davenport Group Llama Software for purchase and implementation of new land management software for development services and multiple other city departments.
Mr. Hobby.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Commissioners, we bring to you tonight a request for staff to move forward with the mayor's signature for a new software system for development services and multiple other departments within the community. In 2012, when we approved the what we thought was our, in my mind anyway, would be the final software that I'd be working on within the city of Salina, we were proven wrong. We found out that, as the city manager reminds us quite often, that sometimes software salesmen and other salesmen are quite good at selling their product, but the actual product itself has not proved out quite as extensively as what we were sold. We believe that happened with GovPartner, and we felt like that we had a great software that we were ready to implement and be able to get multiple people, as well as contractors and our staff as well, and our department heads involved in a software system that we could do quite a bit online. As we worked through with GovPartner the first couple of years, and we went live with the actual neighborhood services software and our code enforcement, it worked relatively well. We had staff working in the field with their electronic devices, and they were able to put their code violations within the software, and it worked out quite well for that. And they could print out their violation notices when they got back in the office, and we could send those out. Worked out pretty well for our building services staff as well. We had opportunities for us to track all of our building permits and inspections that were completed there through the software. We also included our right-of-way permits for our entryways into driveways and those type of things with different projects. As we started implementing the land management side, or what we classified as land management, the GIS portion of it, we ran into several snags. Those snags were quite extensive and almost too much for us to overcome. We wanted to be able to download from the county, our GIS department, and update parcel information, as an example. The names of owners of properties change, and we want to be able to take care of that change within our software system. After working multiple hours, multiple days, and multiple trips with GovPartner back and forth between here and Iowa, they were not able to do what we felt like was capable of our system, and so we started looking for another alternative about the time that Cartograph Software Systems purchased the GovPartner system. We thought we had an idea going there where we'd be working with Cartograph and we'd be able to make some changes, modifications within the software, and we'd move on down the road and do the exact same thing that we want to do with the Llama software that we're talking about today. Cartograph came back to us in about 6 to 8 months after multiple telephone calls, extensive discussions, multiple weekends that staff spent trying to figure out ways to work around the system, and it just did not work, and they gave up as well and said the software is not what we thought we purchased. We want to move into a whole new system and develop a new software. So they have started to do that system as well. So in 2016, we finally gave up, in a sense, after being received a notice from Cartograph in December of 2015 that we'd be placed on a maintenance-only system. Any new updates or any changes within our software would not happen. So we started looking at doing different things with our software. We started researching multiple cities, multiple entities that are using various softwares. Finally, in the fall of last year, we sent out an RFQ, a request for qualifications, from multiple vendors that we had seen either at a conference or we'd seen online or talked to other cities to see what kind of softwares that they use. We snuck in the back door with a company called Davenport Group. We found them online. They were not something we saw at a lot of trade shows or business examples. We kind of looked at them thinking that it was something that we could work within our system. We had 3 actual requests for qualifications sent back to us. All 3 companies would work within our city, what we felt like would do us a very good job. But we kind of narrowed down on the Llama software. Llama stands for L-A and management, M-A. So you'll see in our group we have llamas that are coming to our system. We stuck with them for several reasons, and one of the main reasons was the 2 principal owners of the Davenport group, Ben and Jerry. Ben is a... They do not sell ice cream. No, I'm sorry.
They didn't bring ice cream?
I'm sorry about
Just
that.
Do they like ice cream?
It's llama ice cream, so no, it's not. Jerry, the principal of the company, is an attorney and also a land planner. And that really kind of struck with us that he might know the planning on the land management side. The son, Ben, is an IT person who started out working in municipal government rather than out on his own or working for his father in the software business. They did come together a few years ago and develop the Llama software. We feel like it's something that would fit well within our organization. As we walk through the blue sheet, I hope that you will give us some pardons for some of the typos that are in there. We actually finalized much of the contract just this morning, and so some of the changes we're going to walk through with the contract are going to be a little bit different than what you see in your blue sheet. We reached out to Llama Corporation and 2 others, and they came to our community, spent 2 days working with our staff. Each company did, explaining their process to us, working with different departments, and trying to entice us into purchasing their software. Once those 2 days were completed, we went back to our staff, who every one of our staff in our department sat through at least 2, if not 3 sessions with the Llama group and the other 2 agencies. And it was a 16-to-1 vote to move into the software purchase with Llama. They really liked what they saw. They're excited about being able to have contractors out in the field call in or type in and through their smartphone a request for an inspection. Design professionals would be able to electronically send us plans for plan review. We would also be able to then respond to them in a plan review letter, that electronically or by paper, however we wish to do that. We feel like it'd be great for us to be able to have the customer or the citizen in Salina be able to go on their smartphone and tell us exactly where there's tall grass and weeds or a junk car has been sitting around, and have them take a picture of that car and send it in to us automatically, and we'd go to the staff member in charge of that area. We feel like it's a great software that would work with our GIS system, as our GIS is updated multiple times a week from our county system. But as we found out with GovPartner, we're not able to move that update into our software. They just don't talk together. But the Llama system has proved to us that they have been in other communities where they use GIS and Esri systems, and we'd be able to download as soon as we wish the new updated information about a property change of ownership, or a legal description has changed, or even some zoning has changed with it. We also asked them to work with us in our Laserfish system, our storage of information, and they are familiar with Laserfish, where one of the companies was not real 100% familiar with, and they thought there was no problem with us being able to transfer data from the Llama software system into Laserfish. It's a great resource for us that we use on a daily basis to research data and information when we get ready to do blue sheets or get information that we need for our staff reports. They also were against us going to a system called IVR, Interactive Voice Recognition System, because their system already had that integrated, and we didn't need to buy a special module to work into that system. So we felt like we were working with a very good group who understood land management, not only planning and zoning, but also nuisance enforcement, property maintenance issues, as well as GIS systems, and as well as building trades and those type of areas. And so we moved forward and had Llama come back to our community. The guys came back to our community, talked to us about the software. We asked to go a little dive deeper into the system so we could see some of the background, what was going on. Crystal Norris and Sue Klein are going to be very vital in our role in our system, and we wanted them to be very comfortable with what we were going to move into as far as software is concerned. They worked with us quite a bit, along with Mr. Scragg, to work around, to make workarounds in our old system, and we're kind of getting to the point where we don't want to have to work around the system. We want to be able to use the system to its full capacity. And so we started talking to them, and they came up with some ideas. And if you'll look on page 3, it talks about work orders as one of the items or modules that we'd be working with. After talking to the Llama group, they felt like that we didn't really necessarily need work orders at this particular time, but it's something we could move into in the future. The work orders would allow us to send information from our nuisance code officers directly to a contractor, and a contractor would then directly be able to send his information and pictures once they have completed the process of abatements or whatever the case may be. And so we negotiated with them, and we removed the work orders module from our system, but asked them to keep that in the background and say if it's an option we would like to go to in the future, we may be able to do that, but we want to say this is the maximum price we would pay for that software. So they did that, and they're allowed, they then remove the module for the work order system. We think that eventually our Public Works Department may want to look at that work order system, as they do much more projects out in the community, and they're paying contractors of different contractors for different projects and those type of things. It may be something vital to them, and be able to work with them in the future. One of the other things that's in here is called a public portal. We think that is very vital to the growth of our community. I know that contractors walk in our office on a daily basis. They bring us in a piece of paper or multiple pieces of paper, sets of plans for new projects. We'd be able to start taking those electronically. The contractor would also be able to call in or text in or email us and ask for inspections. And software would actually respond back to them within a period of time of saying, yes, you're available for this inspection between this time and this date. So we feel like it's going to be pretty beneficial for our contractors as well as our staff inside the office. So what it boils down to is we have decided we'd like to move forward with the Llama software. I believe it's on page 7 of your report. It shows you a spreadsheet that kind of gives you an idea of the overview of the modules that we're working with. The modules that we would like to purchase from Llama include land management, permits and inspections, project development, licensing, code enforcement, citizen public access, mobile access, and Outlook integration, and electronic plan review. And each one of those modules we think are going to be very advantageous for us as we work into, actually, the new century we're working in today. I think it'll be great. Those different modules come with a different price, and we just got that price upgraded and improved this afternoon about 1 o'clock. We did get the approve to move forward with that. And they, with the licensing and the software implementation, and they will actually come to our community. They will sit down with our staff, understand better how our staff works through a process. We're going to actually pull out all of our CPI process documentation forms and hand them that electronically and tell them this is the way we walk through a building permit, whether it be intake, whether it be inspections in the field, or whether it be a certificate of occupancy, or whatever the case may be. This is what we do for a planning module when we get ready to do a rezoning or a conditional use permit. And we'll be able to hand those to them, and they will take that back to their offices and start implementing that process, where when you compare that to GovPartner, we had to input all that data when we got ready to do that system. So they're very pleased, that we are very pleased, that they're going to take and do a majority of that. We will be the testing agency at that point then to test and make sure that the steps they put in the software will be actually what we use in the field. They anticipate that we'll be able to reduce the number of permits that we use and issue. Just because these are so similar, we'll just add a checkbox to a permit and say, you're going to do a basement finish, and we're not going to add extra work to each one of the permits. Data migration is a very important part of our system. We would like to be able to take everything that we have saved into our GovPartner system and get that into the software. We think that will be a challenge for us because GovPartner has not told us exactly how they're going to hand us that data and information. So we have done some calculations, and they've given us some estimates what it will take to implement that. And so our software and installation costs will be at the $166,950. We anticipate, rather than hosting the data that we're going to put in the system internally and having to buy nearly $75,000 to $100,000 worth of equipment, we're going to look at doing a cloud hosting system. And then we anticipate there will be some travel expenses back and forth between Denver, Colorado Springs, Kansas City, and Salina, Kansas. We anticipate our first year costs are going to be in the neighborhood of $190,000. And that's where I need to explain to you, the blue sheet that I put out last Thursday was last Thursday's prices, actually last Wednesday's prices. Today's, Monday's prices do agree with what we put out as we had anticipated being in the $190,000 range. Staff has been working with our, we hoped we would be able to purchase software last year, and we'd move that into our system for our finances, being able to do that financially in 2016. That didn't work out for us, so in 2017, we've been working with the Finance Department, our city managers, to work on a way to finance this program. We feel like Development Services would take the initial plunge into the actual cost of the software to supply that to the different departments. We're talking about utilities, fire, engineering, planning, building services, and parks and recreation as they do their forestry and land management systems. And so we would be working together. We would take on responsibility for this initial cost for the software. Between the massaging of a few line items within our line item budget this year And not having a building official for the last 6 months, we feel like that we'll be able to purchase this software and move forward. They anticipate that they would like for us to be implemented within 9 months. I'm hoping that that will extend to closer to a 12-month period where we'll be able to have the software up and running. At that point, our education begins, as we mentioned, with educating people about the signs out in the right-of-ways. We're going to have to educate the contractors and design professionals as well to send us their electronic versions rather than their paper versions from here on out. So we would ask that you would allow us to work with Mr. Martin, who is going to give you a couple of we had 3 or 4 minor changes in our agreement that is not in your packet today. We worked on today, actually as of this morning, and asked Mr. Martin to kind of briefly go over those 4 or 5 changes with you to make sure you understand what we're going to do in our software market. So I'd ask Mr. Martin to come up to the podium and explain to you the changes we've made today.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I believe there are just a couple changes, as Mr. Hobby mentioned. The contract was being negotiated up through late morning, and there were several requests, but we were able to iron out most of those. And so there were 2 changes we just wanted to point out to the draft that was included in your agenda packet. The first was, and these are kind of legal issues, but the software provider asked that we include a provision waiving the city's right to recover incidental or consequential damages in the event of a breach. Basically what that means is if the software were defective, the city would not have the ability to sue and recover for lost profit, lost staff productivity time, lost fee revenue that was anticipated by the software. We've run that by the city's risk management specialist and confirmed that was agreeable at the staff level. So the contract does not yet include that waiver, but we will, after the meeting, if it's acceptable to you, add a sentence or 2 waiving the right to recover incidental or consequential damages. The other requested change was a mutual waiver of a jury trial in the event of a dispute. So in the event of a dispute, what that means is the case would be heard by a sitting judge without a jury. We would still have all of the procedural protections afforded by the rules of civil procedure. We've agreed to that in other contexts, and it's something that we were comfortable recommending. Those were the only 2 changes as far as I'm recalling, other than the compensation change. Right. So if you have any questions about those changes, I'd be happy to answer them.
On that first change, is there a value at all to waiving that?
There's value to the software provider because it precludes the city from recovering those categories of damages. A lot of times you'll see it in commercial contracts. The big way that would affect your typical contract is it would prevent the non-breaching party from recovering lost profit. In this case, there's not a whole lot of lost profit that's anticipated because we're a municipality. But those other categories of damages would technically fall within what we're waiving the right to recover. We would still have the right to recover actual damages. So, the cost to find a suitable alternative or to fix the problem, those would be recoverable.
Great. You answered my number 1 and number 2 questions in the same answer.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't know if this is for Mr. Hobby or Mr. Martin, but I noticed that in the body of the contract, the total contract price was listed at $197,250, and what we're being asked to approve is that the $190 or the $197,250?
No, we would ask you to approve the contract for $190,000. Yes.
Just one other, it's just an arithmetic. I'm hesitant to call it an error. I've worked it 3 times, but on page 7. The bottom number is correct, but the total installation cost, I think, should be $163,000.
Yes. There's a thing on your computer called Save Changes.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
In order to save those, you must push that button. So it is totally my bad for the changes and.
But the answer at the end is correct. It's, so if it's ACT, you would got it right.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
In the functional areas, you said you didn't want the work orders piece, but they could integrate that. What about some of the other parts there? Might you want those at some time? And are they saying, because you talked a lot about work orders, could we get the other pieces that are on infrastructure and asset management, redevelopment, historic properties, if we wanted them at any time?
Yes, we can at any time. We can extend that contract. We tried to narrow the scope financially as much as possible to fit within what we could budgetarily.
What your budget is.
Yes, that would be correct, yes. But yes, we feel like there's some other areas, especially if we get into the historic nature of some of the structures within our community. The neighborhood revitalization plan includes historic areas. It may be something we want to look at pretty strongly here in the future. But our main goal now is to get electronic versions going of plan review and plan submittal and working with the system with the public portal. So eventually, yes. Same thing with the work orders or any of the other areas.
I would add that the scope of work involved with what we're biting off here is pretty sizable, especially with Gary's pending retirement. And so in addition to trying to save funds, we were trying not to take on too much all at one time and work our way into this.
Oh, well, I was hoping that Mr. Hobby would decide to stay for another year or two. And
I was too, but it hasn't played out yet.
Yes.
My mother told me it was time for me to go do something different.
Well, hopefully Ben and Jerry with Llama know what they're doing. Sounds like it'd make us real efficient.
You know, it's the anxious part right now of, what they told us, is it going to come true and those type of things. But having had the experience they had and the background they have being in a land management system, I'll call it that, land management, we feel a lot more comfortable with them than we did some of the other two companies, basically.
And one thing that we didn't touch on was reference checks. We saw a lot of the functionality that they said they had and that we wanted on the City of New Orleans' website. And the organization was too big to get much of their time to have a conversation with them. But then we also checked with 3 other references of communities that are near our size. And some of them have the system in place. Some of them have just gone through implementation. And we feel like we got a good reference checks and something that's comparable to what we have in mind.
Good. All right. Sounds good.
One real quick question on one of the parts you have here on the citizen public access.
Yes.
Is that going to allow, if someone wanted to make a report of a nuisance, that they can geotext that to you?
That would be correct. They can take a picture and add that to the text or to an email, either way. And it will actually tell us the location, very close to the location. It may not tell us exactly the right house. But we feel like that if they will text us and say it's 931 North Franklin, it would be a little bit easier for us to do that. But we do believe that they will be able to take a picture and show us exactly what they're concerned about. It also then will allow us to respond back to them if we wish to do that, or they will actually poke a little button and tells them they would like to have a response back, so they would know that, yes, the staff member has been out, they've completed their inspection, and they will be able to respond back and say we're sending a violation notice, or the violation has been cleared, or whatever the case may be. Exactly the same thing would happen with a building inspection. The building inspectors would go out, they would do their inspections. If there are any corrections, then we would email that to the contractor, and they'd know within a matter of seconds what kind of corrections that had taken place or the inspection had taken place, who was there, and if there's any changes, modifications they needed to take place, it would be right there in front of them. Then that would be in our software, and all we have to do is pull it up, and we would know in-house. Then when the neighbor called in and said, why didn't they get this fixed up today, we can explain to them that we're in the process of our 10-day violation process, or whatever the case may be, or the contractor's been called, and we would know immediately where we're at in the system.
Okay, I don't want to open a can of worms here, so I'm just going to ask this question. As far as if I can download an app that says something like that, can I if I'm a contractor, can I download an app and with the inspection department, take a picture of it and say, hey, is that connection okay?
Yes,
Can I cover that?
We plan on doing that on both sides. Our inspectors being able to take a picture and show the building official that, is this okay or is it not? Can I approve this or can I not? Or this is the brown car with the green fenders that is sitting down the street or in the driveway for the last 5 days or 10 days or whatever. We'd be able to respond back to that both ways, yes.
Okay. Because I just asked because I see a contractor in the back that may benefit from being able to take a picture of some rebar and say, hey, I got a truck on the way, can I pour? So I don't know if that's going to be,
Well,
I don't know if something like that
Mr.
is in our
Contractor, we would
future
like to have
or
a little
not.
bit of knowledge.
Okay.
Did you do that throughout the whole foundation or just that one place where you took the picture?
Well, that's
No.
probably an extreme case, like I said, not opening a can of worms, but just knowing that there are applications in the future that may be able to speed up the process for.
We definitely think that'll be available, and as well as the contractor will be able to pull up on his smartphone or his iPad in his truck, whatever, a specific approved plan.
Right.
If it's a little bit different than what we would approve on a normal code issue, if we've allowed this to happen, they'd be able to pull that up on their iPad and say, this is what we did. So,
Okay.
yes,
Very good.
either way.
Okay. Are we ready for some action on 7.2?
As Mr. Martin explained to you, we've got 2 or 3 things we need to completely solidify in the contract. So if you will approve us to move forward with the contract and get the mayor's signature upon the changes and modifications in the contract, we'd appreciate that.
I move we authorize the mayor to execute a contract with the development group Llama Software to purchase and implementation of new land management software for development services and multiple other city department with the exception made for the corrections being made to the contract.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to authorize me to execute a contract with the Davenport Group. All those in favor say aye.
Real quick, Commissioner,
Sorry.
just for clarification for the record, presume to the motion maker, Commissioner Ryan, that's in an amount up to, or not to exceed $170,000.
190.
I'm sorry, 190.
$190.
Thank you. Had the even number, sorry.
I didn't agree with that number either. No, we'll add that to the motion if the
Yes.
second is
Very
agreeable.
good, thank you.
Okay. We've got that straightened out. Okay. I have a motion and a second to approve a contract with Davenport Group. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Staff thanks you very much.
I bet they do.
We're excited about having llamas in our area.
Oh, I bet you are.
Llama.
And Ben and Jerry ought to bring in some ice cream or something, maybe.
We'll bring them in and let you see them.
Item 7.3.
Item 7.3, continuation of discussion of the topic of allowing or continuing to prohibit the concealed carry of firearms in the city-county building.
Okay, Mr. Gage.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I won't spend much time on your report, but on May 1st, you talked about this topic as the Building Authority is expecting to again discuss the topic for the city-county building tomorrow morning at their 8 o'clock meeting, which will be in 107B, the side room to this main room. And it's a possibility they could vote. And, of course, we have Commissioner Blanchard and Commissioner Hodges are the city's representatives on that building authority. So you talked about it on May 1st, decided that you would like to continue to contemplate it, bring the conversation back to today. Had a couple questions along the way, so I won't go through everything we talked about last time, but we did attach the same attachments you had last time, so hopefully that'll give you some good resource information. The couple of the questions you had asked that you'd like clarification for from the last meeting, one had to do with the surveying. We had reported on the Building Authority's survey and talked a little bit about the city had conducted a survey the prior year, late 16, around August. We've attached that. The basic, we tried to keep it very, very simple because I was really concerned that providing if and thens in a survey could confuse the issue quite easily. So ours was really simple. We had 2 questions. One question dealt with basically, do you prefer to allow concealed carry in or not? It's very simple in that. We didn't load it up with anything. And the 62% indicated they did not wish to have concealed carry in the building. Those respondents were at that time only city employees in this building, though we did have 66 total survey respondents, so it was very popular and we had a good participation. We did offer that the other entities in the building could participate if they wished, and at that time they declined, even though they did decide to participate with the latter survey from the Building Authority. We also asked, the second question we asked is on the assumption that concealed carry is allowed in, would you prefer an alternate entrance for employees rather than going through the same entrance with the secured measures, and roughly the same percentage, 62% indicated they'd like an alternate entrance. I do think that's a little problematic as you think about safety of public and safety issues with your employees. But the point today is simply to report the response. As you may note, the response particularly dealing with whether to allow concealed carry or not in the building is very different from the Building Authority survey. So neither survey was drafted from the perspective of ensuring scientific validity. They were really trying to just get an indication from folks and engage the people in the building. So quite honestly, it's a little difficult to tell which one's correct or if either are correct. So we're not going to state ours is any better than theirs. They're just two pieces of information. The other information that you asked about had to do with basically accidental discharge, whether that could be prosecuted. And we did have a kind of a case of that in the theater some time ago. We've provided, have included the full legal overview in your blue sheet. To really summarize it, you can see there's your city code section, which deals with unlawful discharge. Okay? Typically speaking, you're looking at a criminal aspect to this because it's a criminal ordinance. We also include, though, further down the statutory provisions for discharge. So clearly, if someone is legal within the statutory provisions, they would be legal. So the question then comes back to accidental discharge. And as I skip to the very bottom, you may have questions afterwards. But what we indicated is that we believe there's a good possibility that it could be someone could be prosecuted, possibly convicted, for an accidental or, in this case, a reckless discharge. We really haven't had many of those types of cases, so we don't know for sure what the outcome might be, and it could be appealed, and so sometimes you have to go up the line to figure it out. I think there is emphasis on the reckless side. Pure accidental would be maybe difficult to prosecute. Some form of reckless, which is kind of open to interpretation. For example, I can give you an example. If I have a weapon, concealed carry, it's on my side, and I'm in a public place, and I decide to simply handle it for the sake of handling it, for no reason under, under state law, no self-defense, no reason except to just handle it, and it goes off. Is that simply accidental, or is it reckless? Well, ultimately, a judge would end up determining that. So that's why it's not black and white, but we do think that there are certain circumstances that could be prosecuted and potentially someone convicted in that situation. On a pure accidental, I'm not sure I can come up with a pure accidental when you're talking about a firearm, but on a pure accidental, it might be more difficult, but again, subject to judicial review. So with that, the fiscal note, I included based on the building authority's estimates of about $150,000 to $200,000 for the building. Our portion of that would be $60,000 to $80,000 based on roughly 40% of the total cost, which is the way we allocate our lease in the building. So that's somewhat presumed. Just provided copies of our survey and then the other information I already mentioned. Be happy to answer any questions. We have Jake Peterson with Clark Mize and Linville, who's been helping us throughout the years with the questions regarding concealed carry. So he's here to answer more specific legal questions that you might have. If I certainly can't pretend to be an attorney and do that. So with that, hopefully we can help answer your questions, and it's kind of then up to you. And again, the point of this is if you should choose, for you to determine if you have strong consensus, and I would ask you, if you do, to use a motion to inform the building authority of whatever that consensus would be, whatever that is. It's my intention to take it, put it in a draft letter pretty quickly, and then have it ready first thing in the morning so that you could probably, Commissioners, either Blanchard or Hodges could then pass that out. Be happy to answer questions.
I have an opinion more so than questions. But there is one question. If a decision was made to install security, let's say 2 entrances, for this year, that money would likely just come out of our general fund?
Yeah, I suspect since the law actually would be in effect January 1st, we would actually incur costs in this budget year getting ready for that. So in all likelihood, it could be sales tax. There's a pretty good chance it would be general fund or sales tax. In this case, probably general fund from our side. Now, it depends on how they cost that out, though, because if the building, if they go back and they haven't indicated for sure, we're anticipating it in essence becomes a part of our lease. So I don't know if they'll do the equipment that way or not. It's a possibility if they do it through the lease, they recover it next year. we really don't know for sure because there hasn't been that depth of conversation. It's possible they could say, hey, we want to split the cost of equipment today and we want to change the lease for the other cost, next year. It's a possibility they could want to amend the lease or just ask us to split it this year, and so we don't really know. But technically speaking, if we did have to pay any of the costs that would be incurred for it, those costs would have to be incurred sometime in this year in order to get ready, at least the equipment. I would expect on the staffing piece you wouldn't have costs until you actually go into next year, but on the equipment you could have costs this year. So there's a possibility that'd have to be split. That's really not going to be a lot of the dollars. When you look at that total, most of that is the staffing piece. I can't remember if they indicated what the equipment would be, but based on our costing at the municipal court, I'm going to guess not more than $20,000. It depends on how many. Usually you have a walk-through unit, and there are different levels of those, and you usually would then have a hand-wand type unit as well. If someone sets off the walk-through unit, then you can use the hand unit to try to identify where that what might cause that and then determine if there's a threat or not. So if it's one of those, each of those, I'm thinking probably no more than $15,000 to $20,000 at the most.
Mayor Crawford, I would like to pass along, and I've got extra copies for staff and for the media. I did do an online poll seeking citizen input just because we had solicited input from city staff, and then through the building authority survey, we solicited input from city and county employees and gotten some information from that. Again, my survey is not, probably statistically valid, but I thought the things that were useful from this was the comment section, and I at least wanted to make sure that all of you had a chance to at some point take a look at the comments, because some people were very thoughtful and brought up some good concerns about how our security works right now on the third floor. Just to summarize really quickly, about 43% of people are very concerned about security in the city-county building, and 27% are somewhat concerned. So we have we have a number of citizens who are either somewhat or very concerned about security in the building. And then the second question was, which of the following concealed carry options do you prefer? 71% indicated that they would prefer to have no guns allowed in the city-county building. So at any rate, for what it's worth, that's the feedback that I got.
Thank you.
Thank you for the help. I know a lot, that's the way I feel too. A lot of, I can see why people answered that way. I don't really think that guns belong in the building, but I don't see a whole lot of difference in pulling the sign off. I mean, we all know that people are carrying now, probably in the building. I suspect they are. And I thought Smith brought in a real good, several good options. And I don't know if anybody's looked at those or not, but I thought those were good options that he brought in to give offices and without going to all the expense of having somebody sit there as people enter the building. I thought his options were good. Panic buttons at the desks or workstations. And for some offices that have a lot of anger issues from tenants I'm thinking of tenants because that's what I did, but that want more security than they could have their bank teller type windows or something that's bulletproof, I guess you'd say. To me, that seems like kind of a normal approach to it, but I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Well, I may be ideologically at one end of this as I am on this table here, but it seems though we're trying to protect people's rights to carry guns in here rather than trying to protect the safety of the people who are in here, particularly those,
Well,
I was going to say who aren't carrying a gun, but even those who are carrying a gun, because usually they become the second victim. If there's a sense that this building is dangerous and contentious enough that a person makes a conscious decision to bring a gun with them here, that to me alone is logic enough to say you need to restrict all guns from coming in here. I mean, if this is not already a safe building, safe enough that someone has to bring a gun in here, there's a problem. I mean, and there are folks who are not very level-headed, and you give them a gun, and of course it's not happened now, and I don't know who's carrying a gun in here. I'm assuming that no one is, other than our officer.
but that's an assumption.
Right, but knowing that anybody could be changes my perspective. And now, I would consider it a more risky place to work, and I don't like the inconvenience of that. Going to a Royals game, going to a basketball game, let alone airports. I grew up in Washington, D.C., I've told you that. Any court or government building, you're getting screened going in. And just like the airport, you don't put on 30 bracelets and necklaces and all your,
I'd take my
decorations
shoes off.
because and you wear a pair of shoes, you can get off easily. So if you know you're going down to the city county building, you dress appropriately. And for most of us, it really should not pose a problem. Gun violence is still a public health crisis, and we're kind of insulated here. But you don't have to read our paper too many days a week to find out that things you hear about in big cities happen close to here. I just don't see any reason to bring it into a building where people need to be free to express their opinions on contentious issues. But I think we're and this is not about one's right to own a gun. It's about where it's safe to have the gun. And I don't think this building needs to be added to that list. And that cost, we're going to spend, large amounts of money to do other things. We'll move electric lines. We'll do other things. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of money just to sit down and write a check for, but once you have one bad incident, you can't undo it.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
And I would hate for us to have that bad incident before we change things.
Anyone else?
Oh, interestingly, the Kansas City Star, their lead story yesterday was about the increase in non-fatal gunshot injuries. And from 2014 to 2016, they've seen an increase of 64% in non-fatal shootings, from 290 in 2014 to 477 last year. I know that we're not Kansas City, but I don't have any data for Salina specifically, but there was a quote in the article that really stuck with me. When people have guns and poor problem-solving skills, they are going to use them. And so I think my feeling would be, is it going to be inconvenient? Yes. Is it going to be expensive? Yes. But I think that that's something that we need to do, is invest in the equipment to keep the city-county building from having weapons in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, my point of view is, as it always has, is that I think we have we have several functions that take place in this building, and probably the one that is obvious, our meetings are held here, they're open to the public. Probably the most significant function that takes place here is that it's a workplace, and that we have employees here, and I think it's my duty as a member of the board of this organization, one of my prime responsibilities is the safety of people in this organization, and then also to represent the community. But I think I have to draw the line when we have people that come here to work, and there's an expectation that they have a safe and productive work environment. And for no other reason, I feel it's important that we provide a safe and productive environment as we possibly can. And so my recommendation would be that we provide the safety measures necessary to prohibit the carrying of concealed weapons in the building.
Well, it's my understanding, we're just actually visiting about this to give the building authority members, 2 of our commissioners, some idea what they want to present to the building authority board tomorrow morning. That's what I understand, so.
Yes.
So,
Maybe we just need to vote.
do you feel like you feel better having a vote on this?
Well, I think originally the 2 of us vote, and I feel it's important to hear the ideas of all the board members. I mean, it is a board decision. It is a big decision, and if people don't care to comment on it, then of course they don't have to. But I think it is a very important decision that I think any board member should have some sort of position on.
Well, you know, times are changing so much. I really don't know how to feel about this because I worked in this building for 25 years or whatever, and I only really saw two things, 2 panic times, and that was one was in my office when we pushed the panic button, and the guy was gone and out on the street before the guys came down to the office from upstairs. So, I mean, if he had had a gun and used it, we'd have been dead. On the other hand, the other thing that I saw happen was one of the sheriffs, and I can't remember his name anymore, was carrying a gun, and it just accidentally went off. Scared everybody to death out down by the snack bar. So those things are going to happen anywhere you are. I think Salina's pretty, like he said, pretty well insulated, or I think
Well, I think that's
Mr. Hodges said pretty well insulated.
I think that's the misperception.
Yeah.
I think his name was Barney. Just put it out there.
But I don't think any of us really know what to do about that issue. But
I think the people in Topeka who thought this would be a nice rule at our expense weren't so convinced of it that they didn't exempt themselves from it.
well, that's probably true.
You know, so I guess their lives are more important than ours, which is the way I take it.
You know, it is an interesting thing because they give you a choice, but it's an expensive choice. There's no question.
Yeah.
They don't really give you the choice to govern on this issue. They give you limited choices that are their choices that you have to choose from. And that's why this, and you guys have felt this for some time, that's why it's such a difficult issue. But Commissioner Davis is correct. You go to the State House. Last time I was there, I went through metal detectors, and I'm quite sure that if I had a gun, they probably wouldn't let me keep it. That's part of the point. So even though they passed the law to say, hey, you know, we're going to force you to do, really, they know that they're going to force most city halls, or at least city ancillary buildings, not to allow, or to allow guns in because you can't afford to protect every building. They know that. Yet in their building, they do keep guns out. It seems to be I'm not quite sure that the action matches up with the dialogue on the issue.
And
And
when
it's
you
just
say,
the public sector, too, by the way. They've never taken that action with the private sector, and I wouldn't recommend that they do. But the private sector, as they should, gets the choice to govern their own building, as in the same way you should get the choice to govern your own building. But why do they not address the private sector? Well, they'd be voted out. That's probably why. So you're stuck with it regardless of the motivation behind it. I will say on a couple of those options, the panic buttons, I know in our offices, I can't speak for the others, we probably have a panic button at least most desks. Can't say we have them at all of them. They're not that expensive. We can always look at adding those. The glass actually is pretty expensive. You're talking structural, because it's not just above the glass. You've got to think about below the glass. I really can only think of one place we would likely consider that, and it might be water customer accounting, because it's probably about the only place that they have when they're dealing with somebody, they're going to be on the other side of it. We're pretty engaging, as you want us to be, and so unless someone's coming in a little too fired up, we usually use our conference rooms and so forth, so having glass in other places might not make any difference at all. But those are things that we can just contemplate as we go further and think about this further, that from a building authority perspective probably aren't that relevant. They're just options for us to consider. There are other options. You'll be thinking about other security options some point in the future if there's any issues as well, but those aren't necessarily building authority decisions. The biggest building authority decision is secure or not and allow the weapons in.
What about outlawing offices, all the other buildings?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't know about those costs, but you're probably talking about for a single person. That assumes one person can cover them. You got to think about breaks and all the other. So it's really, you're not going to have one person solely, but for typical hours, which we don't always have, if you put the rule on a building, you're talking about the whole time. And if you do that, you're probably talking, I think you're probably talking about 60 to 70,000 per security person, full-time per location. When you think of all the buildings we have, you can't afford that. Now, I think the one facility we will be spending some time on here soon and have talked about is the Tony's Pizza Event Center. You mentioned the stadiums. They're an arena. They have a lot of people. I think they have a perspective, and so we'll talk with them before we bring that back. But I think they have concerns about bringing weapons into that building, and so. But yet, then we'll have to figure out how to funnel people in through security and make it do it at a reasonable price as well. So that's the building of most concern. But I really don't think you're going to have any real choices at other locations unless you really want to have a large bill, because if you did figure for a single entrance, the electronic equipment at $15,000 to $20,000, and you figure possibly $60,000 to $70,000 per year, and that again, that doesn't count after-hours activities that you have to think about in certain locations. And you do that adds up very, very fast. So I don't think the state legislature gave you a lot of options with those ancillary locations. It's certainly a policy question and a cost question that you have. I just don't feel they gave you good options there.
Okay, does anyone want to put this in form of a motion for our building authority members?
I think you got people in the public that might want to, if you want to allow that.
We can have a motion and discussion.
Well, I don't know if the motion would necessitate those two
maybe recommend
voting in that fashion. I mean, I know they've heard our comments, and only two of us can go vote. It's sort of like the Electoral College, whether you're a bound delegate or unbound. But.
Right. Although I have kind of already have in my mind what I want to, the way I want to vote, I would like to hear public comment.
Okay.
Let's
have public comment. Anyone? Mr. Holm.
Randall Holm, 311 East Crawford. First off, I want to state I respect each of your opinions and attitudes and the data you've researched in that. Commissioner Hodges, I understand the type of response you got. We each probably would get a different type of response and a similar. My friends, probably 50% of them have concealed carry permits, including the ladies, maybe even more so the ladies than some of the men. Surveying them would probably be 95% pro-allowing in this building. I want you to consider the fact that most of the attacks, public building or otherwise, have been in facilities that did not allow concealed carry. The reason for that is most deranged, or maybe not deranged people, I think anybody that goes into a building and does a mass shooting is deranged, whether clinically they are or not, wants to do it where they have the best chance of succeeding and not being killed themselves until they are done with the event they're planning. I think there is a greater risk in a building, especially a public building, that does not allow concealed carry than there is one that is. I think for those of us that carry concealed or want to have at least that option, the upstairs, the court area, is a higher risk area for us to attend, not a lower risk area. But I also, and most of my friends, understand the need for that limitation there. You've talked about liability in court actions earlier in this meeting that could happen based on your rulings. Something I want you to think real closely about is the potential liability if you do not allow concealed carry guns into this building that you will incur for the city if someone is injured in the building by somebody with a gun that does not allow concealed carry, and also the liability if they are harmed going to and from their automobile and coming into this building and not allowed to carry concealed because of your actions. I think there is as much potential liability there or more at risk for the city for greater financial loss than the expenditures you're talking about spending. And if you keep this building accessible to people that are partially crippled up like I am, and that you're not talking 1 or 2 entrances, you're talking 4 or 5 you're going to need to have it for. If you want to keep your employees happy so they don't have to come and go from just 2 entrances, you're going to have 4 or 5 entrances guarded. You're not talking $80,000 or $90,000 a year or $160,000 a year maybe for 2 entrances. Or did I hear you wrong on that? Was it 80,000 per?
I didn't mention the number of entrances, and I think that number, which comes from the building authority, is a per. I think it's a little high, though.
Yeah.
And they admitted it's sort of a rough estimate.
Yeah, I understand that. So you're talking maybe somewhere between 100 and 160,000 for 2 entrances covered. You're talking about greatly inconveniencing both the public and the employees coming and going. And I and most of my friends feel you're putting all of us more at risk if you ban, not less at risk. Think in Kansas, not just Salina, about the incidents that have happened as far as workplace violence is concerned, because you were talking about being concerned for employees. Where that has happened with the shooting has been in buildings that didn't allow concealed carry, where the employers at the time did not allow it. Would that person have gone there and done that if they were concerned that 1, 2, or maybe 50 of their fellow employees might have been shooting back? And that has some concerns too when you get to the number of 50. But the psychological impact needs to be taken a good hard look at the protection that not knowing who may be able to defend themselves has. And I think that more than outweighs any potential risk, because on concealed carry, you're not talking everybody qualifies legally. There's a background criminal check run. I think we're moving towards mental health professionals being forced to or responding quicker on letting the government know when somebody is at risk mentally, as far as being able to carry a firearm and that I think will answer some of that risk situations. But we are again getting to a constitutional guarantee of rights, and that has to do with the life pursuit of happiness. And if you're injured severely or killed, both of those have been ended. And also the right to defend yourself and or loved ones or others. I want you to look real hard at all of that before you make this decision today, because I think if you do not allow concealed carry into this building, you put people more at risk, not less at risk. I differ in opinion from you all. I respect your opinions. I hope you'll at least listen and consider mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I respond to just a couple of things that you said? Every member of my family has taken the concealed carry course, including myself.
Mm-hmm. I know.
We all have concealed carry. My husband is a Class 3 FFL.
I know.
And, even with the inclusion of guns in our family's way of life, I'm sorry that I'm going to speak for my entire family here, but I think that there's a lot of opinions across the political spectrum, and just as I can't pretend to speak for all the citizens from one ideological point of view, I mean, I don't feel like just one person can probably represent all gun owners.
Oh, definitely.
So, at any rate,
Definitely.
I wanted to make that clear.
That's why I made it real clear to start out with. I respect all of your opinions and how you got to them and that. And I am talking about a narrow group when I was saying 95%, not all gun owners.
And if you had ever seen my muzzle control, you would be praying that I wouldn't exercise my option to conceal carry in this room.
But the point I was trying to make has to do, I've got a concealed carry permit. I'm not carrying a firearm.
Right.
But if I have the right to carry that firearm into a facility, so does anybody or everybody else that's legal. Whether they choose to carry or not, it is a psychological deterrent to violence, I feel. Now, that may or may not be 100% accurate. But if you look at history as to where the attacks, especially group attacks, have happened, it has happened almost entirely, if not entirely, I don't know of any, that have happened in facilities that allowed concealed carry. It has always been in facilities where concealed carry was either greatly restricted or banned totally. And there's a whole lot of studies out there that support that people that are going to do that pick someplace where they feel they have the most chance of success. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Holm.
I don't think the people in Chicago got that message yet at looking at their homicide rate.
Especially the South Side.
But those are probably criminals committing crimes that aren't going to pay any attention to your laws if they can get away with it anyway.
And don't think that you don't have them here. Now, our president is in the process of reversing the restrictions on those who are mentally unstable or incapable of getting gun permits, just so that you know. There will be those who have less self-control and less decision-making ability eligible to get gun permits and guns.
That has not happened yet, has it?
It's on its way. It probably will happen sooner than this will take effect.
Okay. Well, what is commission's?
Well, legally, we're not able to bind their vote at the meeting tomorrow morning, I'm assuming, or
Yeah,
are we?
so what, there isn't really any need.
Excuse me, I
Yeah.
say that.
Just as a response, I think that's what we're asking for.
Yes.
I'd
I
be
think
glad
what we
to
came
bind.
is we said, we'd like to act, I think we'd
Yes.
like to act as a body
Right.
in the recommendations.
Well, I move that we recommend to the building authority that concealed carry not be allowed and that the expense be borne to secure whatever number of entrances, probably 2, would be necessary for this building.
Second.
Okay, I guess we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
No. And I do it with a great deal of trepidation because I really agree with, pretty much with Commissioner Hodges and the rest about trying to protect. We can't protect ourselves 24/7, unfortunately. We have to live our lives. And I did suggest, the one thing that I thought, it was in Todd Hodgschmidt's, some of his suggestions were very good, I thought, and reasonable. I do think that we should, and I noticed this door is closed today, but I do think we need to keep our commission door, at least one open and not both open, and have our policemen here at least, because too often times we have people coming in from both sides, and it doesn't, when we're talking about this, it doesn't make me feel too safe. I don't know about how anybody else feels, so anyway.
Commissioners, if there's one thing to think about, just a characterization. I would agree with Mr. Holm and with a lot of others that when you're talking about a mass shooting situation in which the perpetrator does not care if they get arrested or shot, killed, it is almost impossible to protect against that. Against some, and we can all say, well, more or few people would be harmed in whatever situation. The fact is none of us know. And I can find studies on both sides. And so that's just a nice topic to talk about. But the fact is we all speak out of ignorance. It's just the way we are as people. But with that said, the point is that the legislation was pushed. You had some big shootings around the country. Okay, you had a shooting in really one of the most secure schools in the country already, one of the most secure schools. So what did all other schools do? They put in security measures. Do you think those security measures are going to in any way deter a mass shooter? Absolutely, positively not. You can always find a way if that's your intent. I think the one thing, if it helps you with your decision, I can't say whether there will be an outcome here or not, but the idea of an escalation, it goes back to the bad judgment. If you have an escalation. Now, in our case, you know that you have anyone who's headed upstairs might as well not bring their gun in because they're going to get taken away as soon as they go upstairs anyway. But it doesn't mean you can't have a situation downstairs if that's someone's intent. But the point is, there was a time two people got in a disagreement. They would argue. All right, maybe it became a shoving match. And then maybe it escalated to a fist fight. And possibly somebody brings out a knife. Well, those can be very dangerous. You bring a gun into it, it's a much different situation. So if anything, within whatever the building authority does, hopefully it can address the potential escalation, because I really believe if there is an exposure, it's the escalation, it's not the mass shooting, because I don't think you can protect against that no matter what you do. I really don't. I think anyone who plans that can get away from it. But that escalation of bad judgment can occur. And I would tell you, I could take this room, I could take you out to Santa Fe, I can line you up on a street, and we could race to the end of the block. What do you think is the scientific probability that if everyone here ran their hardest, they would end up at the end of the block at exactly the same time? It's a pretty low probability, beyond probably what my calculator can calculate. Why is that? Because people are different. In that case, physically, right? Based on whatever factors. Well, we're different psychologically, we're different emotionally, we're different with judgment, we're different in a lot of ways. So it's really hard to take anything and apply it to everyone exactly equally when we're different people, and judgment's part of it. It is more difficult now to drive a car than it would be to use a weapon or to get a weapon. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I can't say. My point, though, is that it's really difficult to take something and across the board apply it when we have different judgment. So I don't know what the building authority will do. You have two folks that you would expect, and they have committed to reflecting your perspective on it. But if in the future it stops an escalation, that's a good thing. I don't think the mass issue is something you can deal with. It's just beyond everybody's ability, in my opinion. I don't think you can, no matter what you do, quite honestly, physically or otherwise.
Let me ask you this: what would happen to? I mean, if we make each of the openings in this building secure, say we get and we do that. What's going to happen to our evening meetings? There's lots of evening meetings. Either we just not ever have any more meetings allowed in the city-county building after 5 o'clock, or you're going to have to have at least one door, and that'll have to be the accessible door where there's no parking.
You have probably three choices. You do have an accessible door right out here. I don't know if you have accessible parking. I just haven't looked at it, so I don't know. You might have slope issues. Either you pay more, you change the scheduling of your meetings, or you try to find a way to isolate to an accessible area. The one concern in the building is once you're in, and you're in the middle of any of the floors, you can go in all directions. And so the idea of being able to restrict access to certain areas, such as if you came in this lower north entrance, a lot of schools you'd see have some kind of metal dividers that can, accordion-type dividers that can go out and cut off access to the building. Those are things that the building authority will likely want to think about in order to try to limit the impact. And there may be other ideas, too. But I think those are the three things that will be focused on in some form.
Okay.
So, anyway, it's a tough issue, and they meant for it to be.
You two commissioners on the Building Authority Board, and we know that you'll do what you feel that we want you to do, and along with your own good judgment. So let's go on to item 7.4, unless there's further discussion.
Item 7.4, discussion of neighborhood revitalization plan amendment request.
Mr. Scragg?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is the third item out of 4 on your agenda this evening where we're asking for you to deliberate and provide direction with the intention that we'll then draft for your further consideration the documents necessary to reflect your deliberations. So I would also tell you that I don't know, a good third of my report is background that summarizes state statutes, and I just took it in the order that the statutes address it, so it may seem a little disjointed, and I apologize for that, but I tried to give you an overview of what the statutes provide. And as a starting point, municipalities are authorized to designate areas within the municipality as a neighborhood revitalization area with the intent of protecting public health, safety, and welfare of the residents. And by so doing, you can the property tax increment, and that may be a term you're familiar with, the property tax increment generated by improvements may be returned in whole or in part to the taxpayers in the form of a rebate. So in the case of the NRA, that increment is calculated, captured, and rebated back to the property owner. The other thing that's noteworthy is we commonly think of cities as municipalities, but by definition, in this particular context, municipalities can include counties, cities, school districts, all other taxing districts. So governing bodies may also declare individual buildings outside of a neighborhood revitalization area as being eligible for NRA rebates. And prior to designating an area as a neighborhood revitalization area, the governing body is required to adopt a plan that addresses the 12 required elements listed in my staff report. I won't read those to you, but they are there for your reference. So at the point that you're adopting a plan or amending a plan, you're required to hold a public hearing and publish notice for 2 consecutive weeks. And so in the future, as you consider this issue further, it'll be necessary to finalize the draft, conduct the public notice, and then conduct your public hearing. The state statutes also provide that municipalities may agree, any 2 municipalities may agree by way of an interlocal agreement, and we have done that. Our neighborhood revitalization plan has been in effect since 1996, It includes multiple taxing entities, and it provides that renewal or amendments of the plan require ratification from the other municipalities, in this case, the county and the school district and the different taxing entities. And so I attached a copy of the neighborhood revitalization plan to the report, and as a quick summary, it designates the area and indicates it on a map. Our plan calls out that any structure listed on the National or State Register of Historic Places or designated by us as a local historic landmark are eligible for the property tax rebate. It inventories the historic structures on the National and State Register and provided a list there of the 7 that are identified in the plan. There's 4 more that have attained national or state historic designation and are entitled to a rebate even though they may not be listed. I also included the 12 locations that are locally designated landmarks in the report. We have a third category that our plan calls out, and that is deteriorating former school buildings, which are historically and culturally significant and worthy of preservation. And so the staff report itemizes those 4. I would note that there's 2 forms of eligibility criteria. One is the criteria by which a property is determined eligible for an NRA rebate, and that's more geographic, locational, and corresponds to the map. Then there's also criteria by which a project is eligible. So while the property may be eligible, the project itself also needs to be eligible. And then we specify the required contents of applications and the standard of review and the rebate formula. And then lastly, the city manager or their designee are authorized to approve and reject applications based on application of the criteria that are in the plan. So having said that, that's kind of the quick synopsis of what our plan provides. This evening, the items that are before you are 4 separate requests to amend the neighborhood revitalization plan. As we discussed the Star Bond project and the development agreement that went with the Star Bond project, we have previously discussed the fact that the downtown plan includes a tax increment financing aspect, and that reallocates the same increment that would otherwise be rebated for the purposes of eligible TIF projects. So Salina 2020 has requested quite some time ago the incorporation of a tax increment financing plan into the downtown revitalization plan. Somewhat related to the downtown plan, but separate from that, Flint Hills Holding Group and the Overland Properties Group are partnering on a proposed redevelopment of the Lee buildings, and they've requested modification of the plan such that their project, at a minimum, is eligible for 95% tax rebates and a 15-year term. And I'll touch on what they'd currently be eligible for in a minute. And thirdly, that Foley Tractor has recently looked at an expansion project, or I guess it would be a relocation project, for a location in the southwest corner of Ohio Street in the I-70 corridor. And we'll get into the details of that, but they've asked that we consider expansion of the NRA area to that location. And then lastly, Brian Richardson is in the process of developing property at 1300 East Iron Street and has requested consideration of extending the boundary line of the NRA from its current location in the center of the street to the 1300 property. So with respect to the Salina 2020 request, as we discussed as part of the Star Bond deliberations, there's an estimated $4,878,000 of pay-as-you-go TIF proceeds that are part of that plan. $800,000 is proposed to be used for the hotel TIF fund, $920,000 for market rate apartment TIF fund, $300,000 for the Old Chicago TIF fund, and $2.62 million for a new business TIF fund. The new business TIF fund will be the subject of a supplemental agreement to be finalized, and the use of those funds will be specified as part of the supplemental agreement. I would also tell you that the development agreement provides that if any of those funds are not used for those eligible purposes, they're redirected to the new business TIF fund. So in the event that the hotel, the market rate apartments, or Old Chicago projects should change or not come to fruition, their funds would be rolled into the new business TIF funds, and the eligible uses of those funds as provided in the supplemental agreement. So since tax increment financing captures the increment generated by improvement of a property and directs it to those four uses of funds, that inherently conflicts with using that same increment to rebate it back to the property owner. And so we've acknowledged that from the outset and identified the need to consider the amendment of the NRA plan to not overlap the TIF district, as we've discussed the downtown redevelopment project. With respect to the Lee buildings, we have recently passed a resolution of support and provided that to the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation for the redevelopment of the Lee buildings. And Tony Kersnick and his redevelopment group have indicated that in addition to low-income housing tax credits, they need approximately $500,000 of direct financial support from the city. And I say direct financial support. They are open to investment in, for example, infrastructure that they would otherwise pay for, public improvements, but in some fashion, they'd like to negotiate $500,000 of support. And then, as I mentioned, the 95% rebates for 15 years for the Lee building project. And that all corresponds to the redevelopment of Phase 1. They would acquire the entire property, but our conversations so far have been about the scope of Phase 1. So as was reported to you when we considered the resolution of support, Flint Hills Holding Group specializes in innovative real estate development. They use a variety of financing techniques, and they successfully completed numerous tax credit allocations and awards. They've also served as owner-developer or consultant on numerous projects, and pictures of the Polar Loft project in Lawrence have been attached to the staff report, since it is fairly representative of their intended level of redevelopment and type of redevelopment for the Lee building. The first phase of the Lee building is projected to contain 53 rental units, 5 of those being efficiency units, 31 one-bedroom, 5 two-bedroom, and 4 three-bedroom. And out of that mix, 25% of those units would be market rate rental rates. So Mr. Kersnick indicated, and we have confirmed with the City of Lawrence, that they took the 95% 15-year term approach to the 9 Dell Lofts project that was recently developed in Lawrence. It was kind of the second phase of their investment in the downtown warehouse arts district at 9th and Delaware in Lawrence. So having said that, the current neighborhood revitalization plan formula would identify this as a residential project, a rehabilitation of a structure that's over 50 years old and has been vacant for over 5 years. So it would be entitled to 100% rebate in years 1 through 5 and 50% rebate in years 6 through 10. and discounting the time value of money a little bit, that essentially nets out to 75% of a rebate for 10 years. The request is 95% for 15. I did a calculation based on the information that we have available. It's subject to more specifics as the project gets developed, but we've estimated the difference in the rebate value as a result of the 95% rebate rate in the 15-year term. It has a value of about $1.369 million for the Lee Building project as we understand it. So then the question becomes, well, the first question for you to deliberate is whether you wish to accommodate that request in some way. On the assumption that you do, it becomes necessary to amend the plan in some fashion that provides for that, and staff has identified 3 possible approaches. One is that we create additional eligibility criteria that would be administered and create a higher rebate amount and an extended term based on those criteria. Another would be that we create a new category of locations or structures that we more specifically identify and identify them as being eligible for that rebate rate and term. And then the third is a case-by-case review where the plan is amended for a specific project upon request, and it provides the specifics of a plan applicable to that particular project. I would tell you that Lawrence took the approach of a case-by-case specific amendment for the 9 Dell Lofts project. So to elaborate further, if we were to develop eligibility criteria to be administered, we'd need to establish objective criteria that could be met by any project or additional projects. We brainstorm possible criteria. I'm not going to assert that these are all inclusive, that these are even necessarily our recommendation. They're more fodder for your consideration, but there's 10 possible criteria that could be mixed and matched there in the list that was provided. I would tell you that our sense is that they'd have to be very specific and heightened standards, and even so, it would be difficult to draft them in such a way that we could predict with certainty how they may apply to future projects that might come along. It truly would create a criteria, you meet the criteria, and that creates an entitlement to the rebates. I would also tell you that we know from past experience on administering a number of things that I think it's human nature for an applicant to be very motivated to lobby staff and or yourselves that the nature of their project meets the criteria that are established, even if that may be putting a square peg in a round hole. So some of the concern with that approach is, with the best of intentions of trying to craft some type of very specific criteria, it's hard to tell how that might apply for future projects and what that administration might look like. The second approach of creating a new category of locations or structures and then specifically identifying them would provide some additional specificity and could potentially avoid someone being entitled just by meeting the criteria. So similar to the plan categories that we have now of national and state historic structures or locally designated landmarks, or the wordy category of deteriorating former school buildings that are historically and culturally significant and worthy of preservation, we could create an additional category. Again, a suggested approach, but for discussion purposes only, might be vacant and abandoned or deteriorating buildings worthy of preservation due to their contribution to the overall community. So you could create some type of expectation of significance beyond possibly just blighting the neighborhood. It could have a broader blighting effect. Having said that, I don't know that the Lee Building represents the only example that would meet that criteria either. And so assuming that you proceed in that manner, staff historically has done a proactive inventory to populate that list of structures. And depending on what the criteria is, we could attempt to do that proactive inventory, or it could be added to as a project comes along and meets the standard. Lastly, there's the case-by-case review approach that was applied in Lawrence, where specific projects could make a request. That would then necessitate your deliberation, as well as all the other taxing entities' consent to amend the plan for a specific project. That obviously represents the most control. Having said that, it still doesn't mean that Project A might not be interpreted to have set a precedent for Project B, unknown Project B at this time, but it at least would maintain the most oversight on your part and collectively on the city's part. So with that, that's the extent of the staff report comments on the Lee Building project. With respect to Foley Tractor, attached to my report is a letter from Louis Erickson with Foley Tractor. He's the Vice President of Finance and the Chief Financial Officer. Foley Tractor has been working with the city on a prospective project to locate in the southwest corner of Ohio on I-70, and they've indicated in their letter, and we have reason to believe that they were surprised by the costs associated with floodplain compliance and mitigation, both in terms of stormwater detention and the amount of fill that would be needed to develop the site. And so we've had some conversations with them about that and what their options might be, and they've requested that we consider expansion of the NRA, similar to the 2013 expansion to incorporate the 9th Street and I-70, I want to say corridor, but a portion of that area. There was a very varied history of development in that area. The Kenworth site, if you're familiar with it, was developed in the county prior to the adoption of floodplain regulations in 1986. The Flying J property was developed in Saline County, subject to county administration of the floodplain regulations. Harley-Davidson was developed in the city, subject to city administration of the floodplain regulations. And staff has noted that there's a pretty sizable difference in elevation from the east side of Ohio to the west side of Ohio. There's about a 2-foot difference in terms of elevation. So while Flying J and Harley-Davidson developed in the floodplain, they were able to do so with minimal grading and modification, where on the west side, the Foley location would require 2 feet of fill. Having said that, we have plenty of examples of projects within floodplains. As you know, a lot of Salina is in floodplain, and so it's not to say that projects have not been able to be done with that amount of fill. Another thing that we thought was noteworthy was that the original Foley addition consisted of 3 lots, 2 of them being commercially zoned C7 lots and an I2 zoned lot behind them. And in 2002, KDOT finalized their plans for the Ohio Street Bridge over I-70, and that resulted in KDOT taking a taking by KDOT that virtually eliminated the 2 outlots. So the development potential of that property was significantly impacted by the KDOT project. In his letter, Mr. Erickson compares the Foley Tractor request to the amendment that was recently made at I-70 and 9th Street, and I've had an opportunity to speak with him and provide some additional detail since the letter was submitted. But as a little bit of background there, that request was initiated or necessitated by the hotel project in the southwest corner of I-70 and South 9th Street. That project has yet to get underway, but it went to sheriff's sale, and there was interest in tearing down the existing hotels and redeveloping them. That is in a floodway, and so part of the reason it hasn't progressed from 2013 till now is they've been working on getting a no-rise certificate for development in the floodway. And Dean Andrews here, he's our floodplain administrator and can speak with greater specificity, but there is a fairly significant difference between developing in a floodway and a floodplain. But having said that, staff came to the City Commission and suggested that all the property north of the levee there on the 9th Street corridor be added to the NRA area, and was directed to take a closer look at the circumstances of those properties and try to find something a little bit more limited, a little bit more specific to particular properties and their circumstances. And so the end result was the property from the flood levee essentially to I-70, and that still included the floodway. And then the only extension on the north side of I-70 were some of those hotels on East Diamond Drive that represented blight at the time. And so the rationale was either floodway property or blighted properties in the end result of that NRA expansion. And lastly, Mr. Richardson has contacted us about extending the neighborhood revitalization area to the property he's trying to develop on 1300 East Iron Street. As a history of that project, he applied for and was approved for a conditional use permit to construct 9 residential units on the vacant land south of the former Market Aid building. He's then recently had the CUP extended as of November 1st of last year, and then he's applied for a building permit, which has been approved and is ready for issuance. He recently requested the extension of the NRA boundary, and I spoke with him. In part, he pointed out that it's difficult to ascertain from the map on our website exactly where the boundary is. It runs down Delaware, north and south, with the west side of Delaware being in and his property being on the east side of Delaware. So he's just outside of the current boundary line. And so he felt like that property was similar to the neighborhood across the street that is in the NRA. Additionally, he indicated that he has attempted to, but hasn't been successful to acquire additional properties in the neighborhood and try to get some momentum in terms of redevelopment in the neighborhood. So that was the nature of his request. I inventoried the strategic plan as well as our city goals, and there's a number of items that relate to not necessarily these particular projects as much as the NRA program, but economic and social development of the community, being clean and inviting, and having a quality of life that's attractive to residents and visitors, having the community be well maintained, balancing the expectations of a growing community with our assets, being committed to high quality services, and maintaining a vibrant downtown, being respectful of our heritage through adaptive reuse of historical and architecturally significant buildings. And as I said, I think those more broadly apply to the NRA program and the purpose of the NRA program than they might individually apply to each one of these projects. You'll need to consider that and discern that a little bit. With respect to the fiscal note, I tried not to get too philosophical on economic development theory, but it's a pretty common concept of a but-for standard. And I apologize if I'm telling you things you already know, but whether it's actually implemented or whether it's kind of just a rule of thumb, it's pretty common for there to be an expectation that an incentive won't be provided but for the project needing it, or it wouldn't happen. So the correct use of the term but for is this project would not happen but for whatever the requested financial incentive is. Well, what goes along with that is that kind of turns into a chicken and an egg conversation. And when you talk about cost, if the project wouldn't happen but for the tax rebate, then that's increment that never would have been generated, and that's revenue that never would have hit our books or any other taxing entities. And you can make the argument that while that is rebated funds, that's not revenue foregone by the taxing entities because it wouldn't have been realized otherwise. That all turns on that crucial but for assertion and assumption. But having said that, that's a possible way to look at it. I did try to quantify the value of that added 95% rebate in 15-year term on the Lee Building project and estimate that to be about $1.3 million. As I mentioned, the estimated value for the pay-as-you-go TIF aspect of the Star Bond plan is $4.8, almost $4.9 million. So there's a quantifiable fiscal impact for that as well. So having said all that, then I tried to provide you separate recommendations on each one of the four requests. And I've come this far, so I guess I'll plow through those, and then you can ask me questions. So with respect to the thing that I would point out to you or remind you of is this evening we need your direction. Based on your direction, staff will then have to amend the plan. We'll then have to publish the notice. We'll also have to reach out to the other municipalities, and when that all comes together, we'll be back to you for formal action. So what we're asking for from you this evening is direction on how you'd like to proceed on each one of these four requests. Obviously, every one of them, and the first option is to take no action. Generally, the second option on each one of them is to either request additional information or provide further direction for consideration. And then lastly, you can instruct staff how you wish to proceed. With respect to Salina 2020, staff's recommendation is that we proceed with the amendment of the NRA consistent with the conversations that have been had leading up to the Star Bond project and the redevelopment plan. With respect to the Lee buildings, and I did itemize each one of those options, to take no action, to develop eligibility criteria, to create a new category of locations and structures and then list them, or to take a case-by-case approach to the Lee building designation. While 2 and 3 could be done. I'm not going to say that staff isn't prepared to carry those out. They would be very difficult to nail down in terms of detail. They'd be very cumbersome to administer, and we have concern that there may be unintended or unexpected consequences as we codify that and then have projects come in and make application based on those criteria. So for that reason, staff's recommending option number 4, where you maintain more control on a case-by-case basis to consider requests. With respect to the Foley tractor expansion, staff's recommendation is that you request additional information. We could draft the plan amendment to anticipate expansion of the area, but if we really want to look at a true cost-benefit analysis, it probably makes sense to gather more information about the costs they are incurring because of the floodplain, as well as more information about the increment that would be rebated, and try to make an assessment there of the but-for nature of the project, frankly, and as well as the applicability of the rebate and the value of that rebate. So in that case, staff recommended option number 2. And then lastly, with respect to the project at 1300 East Iron, while we certainly respect Mr. Richardson's efforts not only in this neighborhood but in the community in general in terms of redeveloping, I think our concern was the nature of the CUP being secured, the building permit being secured, probably doesn't rise to the but-for nature for that particular project. It seems like it's well on its way, and so we recommended taking no action to amend the neighborhood revitalization area. For that reason, as well as you look at that neighborhood, if the standard is blight, I think if you look at the areas of change in the comp plan and some of the other areas of the neighborhood revitalization area, they're more noticeably blighted than this particular neighborhood. But I should say that's a generalization while you've got the NRA boundary running right down the middle of the street. So a property on the west side is already eligible, and his property's on the east side. So I know that's a lot of information, and we're trying to talk about 4 projects at once, but with that, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions? Mr. Sprague?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, just real quick, too, as Mike mentioned, too, whatever you decide to do when we bring this back to you and formalize it, we'll have to go to the other taxing entities. So you will have to, given usually there's like one, maybe usually minor change to this program, this is pretty significant. So you may want to think about, if you're in their seat, how would you look at that, especially from the school district, from the county, and so forth, because you got 4 big decisions here as well. So anyway, I just wanted to remind you that.
Right. No, I appreciate that, and that was going to be part of a question for one part of these 4
I forgot
parts.
to mention one other thing. We finalized the staff report Thursday afternoon, evening, reached out to all the applicants, made them aware of it. And I know at least 3 were in attendance, maybe 4, I'm not sure. But if any of them are not, I have to admit that it was short notice, and they all had to kind of jockey their schedules to be available.
Okay. I'll defer to the mayor if you want to hear from the applicants first before we ask questions. I'd be more than happy to hear that.
Well, let's see what commissioners have to ask of Mr. Scragg to follow up on his. Is there anything that?
If this is likely to go more than about 25 minutes, we take a 5-minute recess.
We can. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do that. Okay, we'll be in recess for about 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's all right.
Item 7.4. We've gone through the blue sheet, or Mr. Scragg has gone through the blue sheet on it. And this is just discussion, as I understand it.
Correct. If we can get direction how you'd like to proceed, we'll draft amendments accordingly.
Okay.
We were at questions for staff.
Questions? Yeah. That's right. We were at questions for the commission, and then we'll ask for public comment.
Does removing The request from 2020, I'm just trying to find it here. All right. How does that impact our current plans for spending downtown?
It actually facilitates, when you say the current plans, and you're referring to the downtown redevelopment,
Yes.
what we commonly refer to as the Star Bond Plan, this facilitates that. By rolling back the NRA district, it makes that eligible for capture in the tax increment financing district that's already been created, which then is the basis of the pay-as-you-go numbers that I had recited earlier for those TIF projects. So we can't capture the increment and send it two ways. This would facilitate the TIF approach.
Would there be any downside for the downtown redevelopment?
If there is any downside, it would be the individual property owner that previously would have been able to capture that rebate for themselves. It's now going into the TIF pool.
Right. Yeah, we think that decision's already been made by the establishment of the TIF, in which the proceeds go into through the development agreement and get you're going to have a supplemental agreement as well, but and transfer agreements, many agreements. But anyway, those proceeds go into the pot to be redistributed for particular purposes and particular projects. So what it does is it'll funnel those property tax proceeds, those extra property taxes that would otherwise be able to be used to benefit the property they're generated from, to be used in the broader scale. And that's really just part of the downtown plan that was provided for. So from a property owner's perspective, that could be a negative. It depends if your project is something that that when we put the rest of this together, that we feel be benefited from the incentive program with the downtown redevelopment or not.
And I don't want to create false hope or speak prematurely, but $2.62 million of that TIF fund is intended to be for new business development. So while a current property owner would be entitled to an NRA rebate, there still would be that pot of money for new business activity and incentivization in the downtown. So it might come back to them or the property owner in that fashion.
But we really look at this as really a housekeeping item from the perspective of, because of the approach with the tax increment financing incentive for redevelopment of downtown, you almost have to do this. And I think Mike mentioned earlier, too, if you already have a property that's under the NRA and receiving a benefit, that would continue. That wouldn't change. But this is for all other properties, so that you can't have two incentives that deal with the same tax increment and try to handle them two different ways. It would make sure we can handle them under the redevelopment approach.
And my last question was going to be what you just addressed. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and I think that probably to look at the Lee building as part of this, we took the opposite step a while back and took it out of the TIF district so that the NRA would be preserved there. So
that's correct. And the thinking there was a recognition that the Lee building project numbers didn't work as they currently existed, and it was going to be necessary to facilitate the NRA rebate in hopes of being able to get that to redevelop.
Right. I have a few questions. And first, on the statutory authority on this, since we're going, one of the asks for the Lee building is 15 years, 95%. Is there a statutory limit as to years and/or?
Right.
Obviously, 100%. Is that the?
Yeah, Mr. Bankston is certainly welcome to clarify beyond what I tell you, but our review of that just specifies that the municipality may set the formula and the terms. There's no specified percentage or term for those rebates.
Okay, and then just the other statutory question on this is, and it's kind of in regard to the Foley request, and that is, can there be other terms set to tailor this specifically to a gap?
There's certainly, the dollar amount you mean
right.
To fund a gap?
Yeah, it looked like it was, in trying to read
right.
something into number 2 there.
Sure. I think the most likely approach to that would be to treat it like a case-by-case plan amendment, and you find out what the gap is, and you adopt a plan specific, in this case, to Foley Tractor, that customizes the percentage and term in a way that funds their gap as just a individual plan amendment for that particular project.
Okay.
And using Lawrence as an example, their plan amendment was the Nine-Dell Lofts plan. And then the Nine-Dell Lofts plan spelled out the specifics of it for that standalone project.
Okay, and just to stay on that fully, it would need to be brought into the NRA.
Correct.
So, okay, because I was in favor of bringing that into the NRA and then figuring out maybe what needed to take place on.
Yeah,
on
I think
that.
you want to do all that simultaneously. If you just amended the NRA map, it would create an entitlement to the rebate formula that is in the plan. So
Okay.
you're going to want to amend the area and create the customized plan
at the same time.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll be honest with you, Commissioners, we really don't advise that you do that very often. And the reason is because you're likely, unless you have a perfect formula set up that's in the plan, that's approved by all the taxing entities, you'll literally have to amend the plan for a particular project every time and send it around to the taxing entities, and that's quite a chore.
Right.
So we think the Lee Building development is of a scale and, magnitude and potential impact that it might make sense to isolate it out as with one of the options, as Mike mentioned. But when you really look at the other areas, today, the rest of the plan is really not based at all on a case-by-case scenario or approach of what the gap might be. So that would be a complete, total change, and we just think that while there may be a situation like the Lee buildings, you probably don't want to open that up very often because it also leaves the opportunity for being a bit arbitrary as well. And again, get you back in front of the taxing entities more often than they may even want to review it.
Right. Okay, so on the specifics, the 2020, as you guys said, I don't have any questions on that. That's housekeeping, and that's good. On the Foley, I guess we'll wait and see what.
If that's your preference, that's our recommendation is to gather additional.
Is there any likelihood that the numbers come back and say it fits? It looks like it fits within the 5. Through the 5 years at 100 and 5 years at 50 or whatever.
I don't know enough about the numbers to speculate at this point. I think Mr. Erickson is prepared to speak to that to some degree.
I mean, because it seems to me that if it's been identified as a troublesome area, that perhaps having it looked at in some way and amended would be advantageous.
And if you took that approach, we could certainly draft all these amendments so that they're plug and play, and you could make a final decision at that time whether you wish to approve it or not.
Okay. Here's my head scratcher: is the number 4 is the Richardson property on East Iron, and I haven't been by to look at to look at it. Are there any? Let's say that it doesn't get brought into the NRA. Are there any other tools that we can use to help incentivize some of that infill and redevelopment of some of those properties?
If there's not any infrastructure, special assessments would be out. If there's infrastructure, public infrastructure needs, then special assessments. And I say that there's still an obligation to pay for the special assessments. It's a financing incentive.
Right.
It's not a final dollar out of the pocket incentive necessarily, but that would be out there. Real quick, a suggestion. This is just an approach that you guys could consider. Since we do have 4 separate pieces to this, I checked with Greg, and he's comfortable you could have 4 separate motions. Thought being is if on one, such as potentially the first one, if you already feel comfortable that you could vote on that and get it out of the way, give us guidance on that one and go to another one, that'd be great. And you don't feel like you have to go in any order. If you want to pick that, if that's the easy one, you want to go to another slightly easier one, you can do that too. So that way we may knock them off as you go.
Looking for an action or consensus?
Looking for a vote on direction and go ahead, Mike.
Well, if I could answer the question prior to splitting the question here, we haven't really talked about it a whole lot, but we've had requests for rural housing incentive districts in the past. That's another very cumbersome process, and the net effect of that is tax increment financing for residential development. So while that may be another option, I'm not sure that it's very distinct from just an NRA rebate when all is said and done anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, to move on that advice from staff, I would move that we direct staff to include the items requested for the 2020 request to be taken out of the NRA as presented in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment? Public comment? No?
I do know we have a representative of Salina 2020 here if you have questions for them.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Are there any other, is there any other discussion about, or questions? Okay. Would you restate your motion?
Yeah, it
Can
was
you
just
do
that, that we direct staff to act on the removal of properties contained in the downtown TIF district for Salina 2020, as outlined in the staff report.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, same sign. Okay. Very good. Got that out of the way.
Next one, Lee Building.
Yeah, the Lee Building.
You know, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we direct staff to include modifications to the NRA plan for the Lee Building redevelopment, making it eligible for 95% tax rebate for 15 years.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Can I ask a question before we
Sure.
vote on that?
Go
And
ahead.
that is just the mention here of the $500,000. It's the first time we've kind of had that
Correct.
in here. That wouldn't be part. That wouldn't be.
That would not be part of this action.
A part of this. Okay.
Right. That's additional discussion and consideration, and likely a development agreement for your consideration at a future date.
Okay.
Okay.
And having said that, from the developer's perspective, I believe that it's necessary to get all of those at the same time, so we would be able to time that and condition this action such that they all go together, they all rise together, they all fall together.
And I would like to amend that motion, and that is to, and certainly encourage others to amend that motion as well, to include the possible heightened eligibility criteria to include provisions of housing, provisions for affordable housing, significant blight mitigation, blight influence of the building on the neighborhood or community, and historic building preservation. And if anybody wants to add anything else, so if I can amend my motion to include that.
And then do I second I think I seconded that. Do I second the amended motion then? Is that the procedure? All right, I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Hi, I'm Pat Beatty, Overland Property Group, 204 South Santa Fe. I think I'm the fourth one to come. You have had Pastor Allen, you've had Tony Krisnick from, you've had Matt Gillum from OPG, and you got the fourth and worst of the four of us, I guess, at speaking anyway. But anyway, Overland and Flint Hills are partnering on the Lee Building, 53 units, and I think that kind of attests to how difficult this deal is that two of us are doing it together. This deal will include housing tax credits, a federal program called Housing Trust Fund, another federal program called Home Funds, historic credits, both state and federal historic credits, a grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank called Affordable Housing Program, a private note from the developer, a deferred developer fee note from us, a possible contribution from the city, and then some sort of a tax incentive if approved. We were the first, Overland Property Group was the first developer in Kansas to use the Rural Housing Incentive District that you spoke of on multifamily. And we've done that 3 times in Garden City, twice in Dodge City, and twice in Great Bend. And we've also used the neighborhood revitalization program 3 times in Hayes and twice here in Salina, and technically 3 because we used it for Riverside Plaza at Residence 600. Really, in order to make the deals pencil, it's pretty much required. Not only to make them pencil, but also for Kansas Housing, KHRC, to approve them. And the reason is, and Mike, you mentioned the total benefit, and I think that the total benefit's going to be much less than what you thought, because Kansas Housing, and we helped. I personally helped work with the legislature on changing this law. They go off of the net operating income. They don't use they use the income approach. They don't use the cost approach in taxing it. So on average, our portfolio is $500 to $600 per unit in taxes. So that's about $32,000 a year. And currently the property is paying about $7,000 in taxes. So you would assume that if nothing happened with the Lee building, it would continue down that road. $32,000 a year is over 15 years is $500,000. So I think that the benefit, if you take out the $7,000 a year that it's currently paying, and then just take 95% of the benefit, I think it's closer to $370,000. Still a lot of money, but it's not $1.6 million.
Sure.
And that's a little bit. I know everybody's been wonderful and supportive to us. I just want to make sure that you know what the total benefit is. Somebody mentioned that I think it was Mike that would the project get built if we didn't have this incentive, and it would not. It's it would not get approved for tax credits, and it just doesn't work otherwise. So, but we're excited about it. As a matter of fact, if we get it built, I think Overland Property Group's going to put their office in one of the Lee buildings. We only have 4 people, but we're excited to do that if we can make it happen. We'll learn about that in the next couple of weeks. So. I think that kind of covers it, unless anybody has any questions of me.
Pat, I appreciate the clarification. My number was based on construction value, not operating income.
Yeah. So, yeah, I spend about a month a year working on that with people, with county assessors. So.
Any questions of Mr. Beatty?
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion. I've almost forgotten. We had a motion and a second on the floor. That you changed that motion a little bit, but it was reseconded. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay.
I just have a quick question, point of order. This is for Greg. I'm reconsidering how narrow I didn't know. I thought maybe some other people might add to that criteria. Is it possible to have staff look at any of those and make suggestions? Look at those specifically, but make suggestions if, for whatever reason, there may be a good reason to have other criteria in there. My concern is I want to narrow it enough to make it applicable to other properties, but not make it too broad that it's overly abused, maybe, perhaps. So with that in mind, maybe just as a guideline to staff that I appreciated the thorough list, and I was just kind of going with some of the ones that I thought were at least the most important to me.
Real quick for clarification, I may have misunderstood your motion. Was when you mentioned the criteria after the main part of the motion, was that really intended as justification for isolating in the Lee buildings themselves?
That is, yeah.
I don't think
to
narrow
the criteria.
Yeah, I don't think that sends us in a bad place since the motion was specific to the Lee buildings. But I'll ask legal counsel that. I took it as justification for the Lee buildings, but the Lee buildings were isolated
right,
as motion.
The criteria.
Yeah, and they believe would clearly meet that criteria.
But I'm assuming that if that criteria, if some other building meets that criteria,
I understood
that
the
it would be
question to
eligible as well?
I understood the question to be whether staff would understand that that you all were able to expand on those if
Well,
thought to
that
be
at
appropriate.
least offer
Okay.
suggestions that we would, in final form, act on.
To put it into the policy with
Right.
criteria. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. We
Said
appreciate
that,
that.
that it's not, yeah.
Yeah, that was part of our contemplation challenge over the last week, is we felt like we could do that, but you have to model that against all the properties in town, and it's pretty easy to miss something.
Right.
So that was our difficulty, and when we came up with these options, I had spoken with Mike and said, why don't we just use the criteria? That was where I was headed, actually, and we said, well, we can do that, and we can make sure this one qualifies, but in the end, we kind of said, well, for this one at least, it might be better just to isolate the property and call it what it is, because we're not sure if something else that you wouldn't want in might accidentally slip in until we can fully evaluate, and that's difficult when you look at some of these factors. I would, for example, we talked about age as a factor. Size, the scale of project might be a factor as well. Prior use of the building might be a factor. Depends on how tight you want to make it as well. So there's some other things you could look at. We'll put some thought into that. I'm not quite sure what we'll end up recommending in the end on that,
Okay.
but we'll certainly do that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, we've knocked off a couple others, or two of them now. Okay. Foley tractor. Anybody have any thing they want to say about the expansion request?
Just to help you with Foley, the option 2 recommendation would be presumed to be timed with bringing the whole thing back, so there's not a delay in that consideration.
Right.
And then the intent is to really see if there's a tremendous difference or not, because it's not going to match up exactly either way on either side of the equation.
I move that we would accept staff's recommendation for option 2, instruct staff and Foley Tractor to quantify the additional project costs associated with confirmation with the applicable floodplain regulations, as well as estimate the value of the tax rebates being requested for further consideration by the City Commission at the time that the amended plan is presented for formal action.
Second.
Okay. A motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Mike, in the latest, well, maybe are you Mr. Erickson? Could you come up to the mic? I'll just ask directly
Yes,
kind
yes.
of the question.
Yes, that's fine. Come on up.
Appreciate you being here.
Sure, thank you. My name is Louis Erickson with Foley Industries, Foley Equipment, Foley Tractor, and I'm out of Park City, Kansas is my office. My residence is 5033 North Lake Breeze Court, Bel Air, Kansas. And my hat's off to you for staying as late as you do. Do you do this every meeting?
Yeah,
We've been here later.
Wow. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, our hat's off to you for
Yes, for sitting through this. Thank you.
And I'll just ask you directly, some of the challenges that are in the floodplain that you're having to deal with, and it looks like it's the property's been purchased for some time now, and looks like you've had plans for that for quite some time. Is the motion that we're considering now, does that work within sort of what does that work for you?
Well, yes. As I understand the motion is to approve it pending getting more information.
Right.
And as I mentioned to Mr. Scragg, we are getting told by the general contractor, it's like, you better make a go or no-go decision now because snow's going to be flying by the time you're ready to lay concrete, and you could be pushed back into another year. So I came prepared with some quick numbers here. These are rough estimates, but when I got the phone call on Friday saying, you please come here to Salina on Monday, and we have an all-day meeting typically today, much like this, and I had to bail on it real quick. But in the meantime, I gathered some numbers, so hopefully I can, and some background, hopefully I can help you out.
Okay.
So.
Mike, do you have any questions that we wouldn't know to ask, but you would?
No, not really. I mean, I think we do need to go through both the cost side and the rebate side. It isn't necessarily a question for Mr. Erickson, but one point is, we do need to think about the area of the NRA to be expanded. Obviously, Foley's interested in the Foley site.
Right.
Kenworth is probably equally challenged on the west side of Ohio Street. So as we go forward, while we have numbers about Foley, we may need to give some consideration to what that expanded boundary needs to look like.
Okay. What type of time? What kind of timing is important here? From like when does the clock start
Right.
on whether he's eligible
Well,
retroactively or?
Procedurally, what we'll need to do is finalize the draft of the amendments, bring that to you. Then with your ultimately we need to advertise it for 2 weeks public notice. We need to coordinate with all the taxing entities and get their concurrence, and then you would be ready to act. So our thinking was, following this meeting, we could try to finalize the draft, conduct public notice, reach out to the other taxing entities and get their feedback, whether they concur, and then bring it back to you in 2 weeks or slightly more than that, depending on how long that takes.
Okay.
But Greg, if I correctly described that timeline or that procedurally anyway?
Yes, I believe so.
Mr. Erickson, in your understanding of kind of the 5-year 100% or 5-year 50, the way that lays out and kind of what your costs are beginning to look like on there, where roughly do you sit within there? Do you feel?
Well, I guess a point of clarification for me in reading the packet that I got late Friday, is it 50% and 25% for commercial, or is it 150? I was thinking I read where it said for commercial it was 50 and 25.
I like those numbers better.
Well, I understand your position on that. Obviously,
I'm probably
we'd love to see
talking
the
about
150.
residential. I probably have the residential numbers.
Commercial industrial projects, new structures are 50% and 25%.
Okay.
The rehabilitation, alteration, or addition of existing structures are the higher rate, and then structures over 50 years old and vacant for 5 years are the highest rate of all. But
Okay.
on vacant property, it would be 15 and 25.
Okay.
So obviously, we would like a higher number. And then to give you some background, and maybe I should start from the beginning because I don't know how much people are familiar with Foley. We've been in Salina since the 1960s at 9th and Broadway. And we bought that property in 1999 in hopes of expanding shortly thereafter. And that, as was mentioned here, KDOT decided to move the Ohio State Bridge, and we had a great plan. I think Mr. Andrews liked it as well because we were going to develop that corridor there. We were going to have retail outlets in front of us, and we would be behind it. And they put their street right through the property and took it from us. And then in the condemnation hearings that took place, we were awarded much, much less than what we thought we should get for those properties. And so our ownership, just out of frustration, said stop. And so we have waited and just sat on that property for many years now, and we're finally getting over those wounds. So we're ready to start looking at building that again. And we put it out for bid, and our bids came in much higher than what we expected. And so I've been tasked with getting the cost down and doing whatever we can to get the cost down to where it does make economic sense for us. And I'm also tasked with doing a facility in Colby, Kansas. And they have a neighborhood revitalization program as well. And it starts at 100% and goes down 10% each year to zero at the 10th or 11th year. And so I was aware of that, and looking, I thought I'd ask, and sure enough, Salina did have something like this. So, because we were told by our general contractor that about $300,000 is the price tag for moving all the dirt around and getting us above the flood level sufficiently to be a prudent person. And in addition to that, as I looked at these site plans, I got to say, man, these engineers got to be wrong, but they're right. I guess I'm wrong with their numbers. But about 2.7 acres of our property will be designated as water detention easement, meaning we can't use it, and it's just sit there to hold water. That's about 20% of that site. We're going to have a spot along I-70 and a spot along Ohio Street in front of our building to hold water should there be flood. So getting that all moved around and so it can hold water is also part of that. So to answer some of the questions for staff here with this, we have spent about 67, I'm sorry, when I said 300,000 earlier, that's everything all in. To date, when people had excess dirt, we said, sure, we'll buy it from you. So we've spent $67,000 on dirt just to date. Our builder, our general contractor is saying between 200 and 250 to make further changes to that. So there's a total outlay of 300,000. And yeah, roughly 20% of the property. One of the things also, as I got to looking at this, is like, well, maybe this explains why there's not been any development in that area since 2001 when Harley Davidson moved out there. We thought by now the city would have developed past this going into the city. It's a great location. The city of Salina is great. I-70 is great. So everything's great about it, but why is nothing happening? And so in my unprofessional opinion, I'm concluding it's got to be this. So when I talked to city staff several weeks ago, I'm like, why isn't this? I mean, it's surrounded by the Saline River on one side and Mulberry Creek on the other. And I saw what's happening on 9th Street. I'm thinking, why doesn't the city do this over here? And so that's why we're here. They said, well, please write a letter and we'll talk about it. So that's why we're here. Things I would like to bring to everybody's attention is that we estimate the sales tax that will be paid on the new construction, because there is no IRBs, we're not getting any kind of government help, is $200,000 up front sales tax that will be paid out on the materials. So, and that won't be stretched out over time like the rebate will be. That'll be up front. So please keep that in your mind as other committees and people in town talk about that maybe they're losing money with us. They're going to be getting an immediate benefit from that. We also believe we're going to be bringing more business to Salina because we will be out on the highway. And truckers do stop at cat dealers for service. We have a location in Topeka, one in Wichita, one in Colby, and we're thinking this would be a great place for people to stop. So it's going to be bringing in more destination-based business into Salina, and then we're hoping it'll also help the city of Salina grow that quarter. We would like to see that grow. That's why today I'm asking not just for our property, but I would hope you would include that whole Ohio State Street quarter, because we don't want to be out there by ourselves or with just a couple of neighbors for the next 50 years. So thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any more questions you might have.
There was a business out there before Harley, I think, Big Wheels. I think it was fertilization equipment.
Okay.
And I don't know why. It's been long enough years ago that I might be wrong about that, but I think they were out there. So
I know when we bought that property, all of our neighbors had big dreams of development and lots of things happening out there, and nothing's happened out there. So we'd like to be the kickstart to make that happen.
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Erickson, if I could, I'd like to ask you a quick question. Have you guys, has your company, you and whomever else would be involved, maybe legal counsel, looked at the possibility of eligibility of having an industrial revenue bond and using that process?
We were understood, since the majority of our business is considered retail, that we would not qualify, but we're certainly interested in doing that. We're currently building another facility in Wichita, Kansas right now that was an IRB, but that was more based on a headquarters reason than, but if we could, we'd be happy to explore that.
Okay. We could look at that, at the eligibility more closely. If the company would be eligible, the project would be eligible for that, it provides the governing body with a lot more flexibility on the funding percentage than they would have by simply increasing the map size to include you in the NRA. And that's why I was wondering.
That would be fantastic. I was up before the Planning Commission as we were getting this, the plan for the property worked out, and we actually had a second story on the building and lots of plans for it, and that is now gone from the plans, and we've had to cut a lot of costs. We're talking 7 figures is what it was over our budget. And so I'm trying to make this work, but it's very difficult. Our ownership has said stop until it's not the millions of dollars that there will be in this facility are a lot, and a lot for anyone to take, including our ownership. So it's something we've got to really look at.
All right.
And just also, one further comment. I'm sorry, you all are staying very late. Flood issues have become very important these days. I deal with bankers all the time, and here's an example. In Manhattan, Kansas, we have a small facility there, and the neighbor wanted to sell. We thought, sure, we could use some extra land, add another 5 acres, great. So we bought it, and in the back are some really old buildings that we eventually plan on tearing down. And I get a call from our banker, and they say, hey, we've got an issue because the flood map changed. Those things are not always the same. They change.
Yeah.
And the flood map changed, and it covers just one of the corners of the building on the back of the new property you bought. And because of that, our regulators all over us about, you got a mortgage on that. You can't have that. So, and I said, fine, we'll spend the $5,000. We'll tear it down. We tore it down. And that's the things we have to do. We could have just left it there. We weren't using it, but because of our bank loan and all the rate pressure from regulators on banks, we had to actually demolish the building so the rest of the facility, which is not in a flood zone, could be financed. So I guess I mentioned all that to help everybody understand the issues that go along with flood. It's a scary word to regulators and therefore to bankers and to insurance companies. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, right?
There was a second, wasn't there?
Could you, yes, I think so. Could you reread that motion? Yeah, Allison? Can you do that?
The option 4.
It's on
Okay.
I think it was option 2.
Two, okay.
And it was the staff's recommendation, so
Okay.
it's
And
pretty
Greg.
straightforward right
Okay.
there.
I
All right.
think everybody,
Got
I think
it?
everybody has it. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Does everybody have
If
it?
everybody
Yeah, I
understands?
think so. I
Okay.
think so.
Yeah.
Well, we had a lot of discussion after that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Commissioners,
Let you off the hook, Allison.
do you have interest in staff working with Mr. Erickson to even see if they would be eligible for an industrial revenue bond approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Okay, we'll take a look
Sure.
at that for him then. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to Richardson, yeah. Richardson property.
Okay. Mike? This is going to be like we're on the Senate floor and we're going to have a nice little colloquy going here.
I'll try to keep up.
Well, I'll try to keep up. Here's kind of where I am, and it's why it's what it predicated that first question on is, are there other incentives? Because I really do feel like if we're going to get to a point where we can promote and or point to market viability for infill and affordable housing, which I'm assuming, and we can have Mr. Lancaster come up if he wants to talk about different aspects of this project, but would I be right in assuming that this project has some sort of market rate and or affordability component to it?
I need to defer to the developer in terms of
Okay.
what their intentions are in that regard.
Okay, because I mean, if
I'm
you
sorry,
can get
if this
where
is a Senate, I mean, I need to plead the fifth, maybe. I'm not sure.
well, you get a filibuster me or what? Well, I tell you, yeah, it's just a matter of, I mean, I really want to help facilitate that. I don't want to carve out exceptions and go against but-fors and all of that. But if I understood correctly, there was a phase 1 and or, a certain number, and then there was other land that they were looking at.
Yeah, what Mr. Richardson relayed to me is they're interested in other property in the neighborhood, but they've been unsuccessful in acquiring the property that they had in mind or that they tried to acquire.
Would action on this help to make that acquisition of that property easier, or do you have no idea?
I was under the
knowing?
impression it was just a function of whether the property owners were willing to sell, and they weren't. So I
Okay.
don't know that this item would change that circumstance.
Would it be possible that if it's not eligible on this particular CUP, would additional property coming into it change the circumstance at any point? I mean, I don't want to come back and the reason I ask is that if it would be, I'd almost be willing to look at what that map
Right.
reconfiguration might look like, as long as it wasn't extensive.
I'm sorry, with respect to this particular request or with respect to a broader plan? Because I certainly need to defer to Mr. Lancaster, but I think Mr. Richardson's conversation with me was they're trying to make things happen in that neighborhood, but the only property they've been able to secure and have prospects of developing are the one that's before you today.
I'd be much more interested, I think, in a broader expansion of it versus just a tiny little thing, because if you're going to encourage and provide that sort of base project to cause sort of an expansion of that area, it may require that level of incentive.
Well, if it helps at all, as I looked at this request and as I looked at our NRA map, one of the things I looked at was the area of change in the comprehensive plan as kind of an indicator of blight. That's the most recent and most comprehensive assessment of housing stock that I'm aware of. And this is outside this location, even the current location within the NRA is outside of that identified area of change. And so that's partially what led to reluctance to expand the NRA. But having said that, the NRA could potentially facilitate infill development, and that has benefits. The question starts to become what's the criteria to move the line and whether we need to do another community assessment.
Is the NRA, and I think that you may be right on that. Is the NRA is the NRA line on one side of the street and the property on the other? I mean, is it that close?
The street is the NRA line, and this property happens to be on the wrong side of the line.
And then what about though the area of change designation? Is it significantly out? Is the area of change like bordered on Ohio or something? I mean, is it that?
Yeah, let me take a well.
It looks like
Dean may be able to
Delaware is
speak
as far east
off the
as
top
it
of his
goes.
Or
head.
is it right on the border of that as well?
The area of change.
Delaware.
Well, I'm sorry. The area of change.
I
that
have
was
that
wrong.
too.
The area of change runs along the river north of Crawford to Iron Street, and so I may have misspoken. It may be in the area of change. Anyway, that's the NRA, but I was looking at the area of change.
I do know that
The area of change mirrors the NRA, does it not?
we did some preliminary assessments of some structures after we did our drive around the community, and there are multiple structures in this region up to Indian Rock Park that are in need of some improvements. I'll put it that way.
You know what? Is the area that we're looking at here?
It is in the area of change. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is the area that we're talking about the area that's bordered by Stapler, Indiana, Gypsum, and Delaware?
Yes.
Because I got to tell you, I'm looking at this map and I see I can make a
Iron on the
logical
north.
conclusion that area, that whole block, could easily be brought into that as a whole.
You could easily go to Indiana and even south.
I think you may be south. It's
Bordering
the
Indian
property that runs north to Iron.
I think I might be able to shed some historical light
Okay.
since I was involved in drawing that boundary in 1996.
Okay.
The boundary is Delaware because east of Delaware is all zone commercial. And the property that we are discussing is actually zone commercial and wasn't contemplated as a residential development property at the time because it used to be a dairy, then it was KPL headquarters, then it was Market Aid headquarters. So when the revitalization plan was adopted, the goal was that commercial industrial be focused in the downtown core, and the rest of the NRA was to incentivize residential. And because everything east of Delaware was not zoned residential, it was not included. It didn't have anything to do with the condition or the neighborhood. It had more to do with the fact that outside the core area, it is only residential projects that are eligible. And so there wasn't any identified need to take the line east of Delaware because everything east of Delaware was commercial property.
Even all those platted little residential lots.
Those are all Delaware and west. the area that is east of Delaware along Iron is all zone commercial.
Because I have to tell you, I had looked at areas on this, and that area west of Glenifer Hill School looked like prime. Actually, that little area where the apartment building is kind of there on the southeast corner, that looks like a prime development parcel.
If it's useful, we at the last opportunity that we revised the NRA, one of the intents was to match the area of change. But to Dean's point, if it would be useful to do a review of the zoning of properties, and I don't know that we can prospectively anticipate residential development of commercial properties, but we might be able to take another look at the zoning and on that fringe. And the property in question is still zoned commercial, correct? It just has a
Mr.
CUP.
Richardson's, the reason it's done through a conditional use permit is in 2010, this property is zoned C3 shopping center district, but residential uses are allowed on a conditional use basis in C3. So Mr. Richardson got a conditional use permit to, on the interior of the building, create apartment units within the interior of the existing building. But if you look at the aerial photo in your packet, you'll see that there's a large amount of vacant land south of that existing building along Stapler. So he came back with a plan for developing freestanding residential housing along Stapler and Delaware.
Between Stapler.
There's
because I think
there's an aerial photo in your packet, and that aerial photo you can see the property that all the existing improvements are along Iron, and the back half of the property is essentially vacant today, and so he has come forward with a plan to build freestanding residential units on that vacant property that's south. His initial plan was to convert space within the Market Aid building to apartments, and now he's trying to move forward with putting freestanding townhomes on the vacant portion that faces Stapler.
Dean, I didn't notice on the listing of the properties that were on the in the historical district that Joe Moore Dairy was not listed. That was the old Joe Moore Dairy.
That's the old Joe Moore Dairy.
And it's quite a good-looking building.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like inside.
I don't think age-wise that it may be qualified at the time, but it has never been nominated or considered for any individual historical designation.
With no intention of assigning bad motive to Mr. Richardson or Mr. Lancaster or anyone else, the worst case scenario that I'm envisioning, the CUP could expire without developing the residential, and if the NRA is expanded onto this property on the premise that it's going to be residential, I don't know of a way to conditionally amend and approve the NRA on the residential development. And not to say that we can't try to come up with a way to facilitate this, but the worst case scenario is you expand the NRA area, the CUP expires, the residential development doesn't happen, and now the underlying property is eligible for a tax rebate for commercial development, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but it would not get you to, I think, what is your intended outcome.
Right. No, and I was actually looking at a completely different block on this. I mean, for potentially being in the NRA, I was looking at that block of residential that's.
I think we could certainly review the area of change and the residential zonings to make sure whether there's any other residential zoning within the area of change that merits coming in, but the zoning on this particular property isn't residential, so that doesn't address the issue at hand.
Well, let me ask this. Would the additional properties that they're attempting to acquire be in that block to the south of it then? Or where would that...
That was my impression.
Okay.
I can't...
Because I have to tell you, I would be more in favor of, if we're going to look at amending the boundaries of the NRA, to bring in that block that is south of this subject property that residential, if you just move that purple line over and even include that apartment building, yeah.
Yeah.
Clear over to the park,
Yeah.
because I can see that it looks all residential, and it
It
also
is.
looks like it's just an extension of that neighborhood, and it's probably going to.
Right. I'm dealing, I
doing on
understand
the
your
fly
point.
this?
Yeah, and as I look at the area of change map, it's,
Right.
it's discernible. The boundaries are discernible, but it doesn't call out all the individual streets on the map.
Right.
I think further review of the area of change boundary to the neighborhood you're talking about the conclusion may be that the residential portion of that neighborhood should come in.
Right.
Or at least is in the area of change. So that would extend it south, but it still doesn't address the lot in question.
Right, and I would just keep that, it looks like that boundary is on gypsum. And I would just maintain that boundary on gypsum at this, at
Can I borrow your highlighter?
time. Have I sufficiently confused this subject enough? But I think if you're looking at amending the map like you had said before,
Yeah,
maybe
what
a
I would
good time
offer
to
up
do
is
this.
if the city commission would like, staff can review the area of change with the residential zonings and identify any residential zonings that are within the area of change that are not within the NRA boundaries.
Yes.
And we can address that. We can bring that to you for action or consideration. That still leaves us having to sort out the property at hand.
right. And I like that because I don't know the whole implications of the subject property at 1300 East Iron, but if there is the feeling that that will help to spur further development of some housing in that neighborhood, then I think something like this could help facilitate that.
What's the next street south of Gypsum? Stack. Oh, that neighborhood is a similar character, bounded by the Indian Rock.
I grew up in that
Yeah,
neighborhood.
you could
so I
almost
can
go
tell
down to
you
Greeley.
zoning.
I mean, you could almost
Oh.
extend it south
Well,
to
I
Greeley.
think you
Should be in
would
that.
want, I think that Mr. Scragg's thought of looking at making some sort of alignment with the area of change is a reasonable.
Yeah.
I think it would, in talking with Dean, it's feasible that the lot in question could be rezoned to residential, but I don't know that you can get it rezoned residential prior to the NRA amendment.
Yeah, and Commissioners, one thing to think about is you've noticed the area change brought on a much larger NRA area in essence. I mean, it covers a good part of the north part of our community and now a pretty good swath along the west side. That means that every time there's an improvement, for whatever reason, whether this is incentivized a project or not, any increase in taxation relating to that, or not any, but the percentage under the policy, and if it's a renovation, then depending on scale, it could be up to 100, but whatever it is, does not come into our bank account.
Right.
And so
Right.
my point in saying that is, it's not to say whether you should or shouldn't do this. It's to say that in this area, you could go a long way. The question is really the issue is you got to really contemplate to what degree you believe that the program creates and initiates redevelopment. And I can't say with this particular project that it might not, but I can say the history of it is most of what's been happening in residential has had absolutely nothing to do with this program because they still have comparability issues when it comes time to if someone wants to take a property, fix it up, in essence, flip it at some point in the future, you still have appraisal comparability issues. And so we haven't seen a great deal of residential redevelopment as a result of the NRA program. Again, I can't speak for this particular project. And again, if all the other properties were already assembled and all that, I think it starts to change the conversation. But generally speaking, in the neighborhood, if you did it, I don't want you to go in thinking that all of a sudden you're going to see a lot of improvements in the neighborhood, because I don't think you will.
No, I don't think
Not
so, but I
likely.
think that a side benefit is that from an individual basis, it may be able to make improvements on a property more affordable for a homeowner that might be sensitive to a property tax increase on improvements that they can.
Well, yeah, and I agree. I see what you're saying, but that would mean that the program and knowledge of the program would incentivize the owner. The owner would say, hey, because they won't have to pay the extra or most of the extra property tax, I'll now do my project. I don't know. I'd have to look at Gary. I don't think we've seen that.
I don't think we've gotten a lot of it. Yeah.
No, yeah, there's been a little bit, but not, I'd say that's
Right.
correct, not a lot. So again, that's not a reason to say you shouldn't extend it. It's just a contemplation as you do think about it.
Right.
Okay.
I appreciate. So would the form of the motion be is just to, as to number 4, I'll just throw this out. If I'm making this wrong, somebody can tell me. To concur with staff on number 4, but then to direct staff to look at bringing back a.
I'm not sure you're concurring with staff because we recommended denial, but having
Well, right,
said
isn't
that,
that number 4?
No, number one.
That's number 1.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't get one by you guys, can I? Sorry, I tried. Oh yeah, you want to speak? Sorry, I apologize. Wait here all night and then
Stretch
don't-
your legs.
My wife already texted me, where you at? I'm Brad Lancaster, partners with Brian Rich on Property Partners, and of course 1300 East Iron is the one we're talking about, the property. We've been messing with this for 2 years, trying to get numbers to work. We're in the same boat as everybody else, smaller scale, and we're looked at 9 units on this, and we've decided to go to 3 for the fact that trying to get the numbers to work. And I said, basically, let's just build one. And basically, we're funding all this out of our own pockets. I said, let's build one and see how it goes. And that's where we're at now. As far as our future development on that, with the other 2 or other 6 units, you know, this would have some say in that, is the way we're looking at it. You know, it basically would help us get our numbers aligned as far as new construction costs versus rental prices in that area. And, you know, basically we've heard from you guys as commissioners that, you know, the infill thing was a big deal, and that's what we've looked at doing behind the Market 8 building with this project. Plus, we tried to buy the properties across the street to kind of tie all this together, which I think someday we'll get that done. But, you know, it's where it's at right now. So for us to continue to keep on doing this kind of stuff, you know, we feel we need the help in this program to make it work, you know, make numbers work in the future and keep, you know, trying to redevelop areas that we've purchased.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the way we're, you know, our side of looking at it.
You mentioned the three lots of 9, and then the additional 6 units.
Units.
Would those all be on this same
We have
lot? The first 9 be on this
we have a plan,
one lot?
a future plan design, yes.
Okay, and then when you talk about across the street, are you talking to the south or to the east?
We're looking to the south.
I mean the west.
To the
okay,
south.
to the south. So, okay, across Stapler. Okay.
There's some
Now,
nice ones and not so
because
nice
what we're
ones.
talking about is to have staff look at aligning the NRA boundary, and if it matches and it makes sense, and it looks like it does here to me, to bring that area south across into the NRA, then in that next phase, it most definitely would be eligible for it.
Right.
Now, am I hearing right from staff that there are a couple of problems with making the NRA, making that NRA on a commercial piece right now? Because it's commercial and it's a conditional use?
well, the plan contemplates rebates for commercial and industrial properties in certain locations. So it's not that that's a problem in and of itself, but if the NRA boundary got extended, it potentially would make any type of development on that property eligible rather than just incentivizing infill residential development.
Okay.
Well, where this property's at too. I mean, you look at the house in the area, pretty rough, especially to the south. And basically, we're just looking at cleaning it up and making it more desirable. And
Mm-hmm. Would you guys see it as a good thing if that area south was brought into the NRA, so that?
I would say it wouldn't hurt anything.
Okay.
I mean,
it may be. It may be.
2 blocks away. I mean, it wouldn't make that. It would only add to the infill that, you know, we keep
Right.
talking about. So
Okay. I mean, I'm just kind of looking at a way that if we can't get all the way there, we can get part of the way there.
we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anything you consider.
Well, I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing there. So, Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
You know, you're not, even though it's commercial, if there's at least a residential plan, you're not harmed. You're just not going to, as Mike mentioned, you're not going to be able to bind what happens there, the number of units or even the type of units, or even if there is a residential unit. That's the only thing on that particular property because of the zoning that you have to deal with. And there's a bit of a question, and you deal with this whenever you deal with rezonings. You're going and you're saying, okay, the comprehensive plan purposefully, intentionally called for that to be commercial on the assumption that it's right next to a commercial activity, and you presume there'd be a slight extension of that office level commercial in the rear. And so your comp plan hasn't changed, but your incentive would treat it like a residential. And that, I'm not saying, again, you can't do that. You can do that with the NRA, but you have to really think about the intentionality of the comp plan and what you believe it really needs to be intended to do. At some point, in other words, do you change your comp plan? It's a small little piece, but it wouldn't make sense to incentivize residential on a property that your comp plan says should be commercial. And that was why it was excluded. That's kind of just the basis of the thinking at the time, and without any knowledge of a residential project.
Well, I'm just looking at this in the sense of if it doesn't make sense to go on that parcel right now, that we at least set the groundwork so that it incentivizes additional opportunities there. So if the motion was to, if I can remember what my motion was.
I hesitate to complicate it any further, but
I started something, but I guess I didn't get there.
The plan has a lot of if-then statements in it already that makes it hard to administer, but or at least to readily interpret. But it might be possible to craft some language that only it creates a area where only residential is allowed in Zone 6 of the NRA boundaries now that we already have 5, and we could carve out some unique approach to this, but it'd be hard to administer.
Yeah, and commissioners, keep in mind your NRA policy presumes the both addressing both commercial and residential development, and then there's a certain presumption behind your NRA policy about blight and blight conditions and
Right.
property values and so forth. If that's there and it would affect either commercial or residential, I think you got to be really careful knocking one out, because your policy does appear to want to address both situations if the blight situation is there. So I do think you want to be really careful trying to carve that out too much.
Okay, I'm sorry,
I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to further muddy the waters for you, but I think it's not something that's widely understood even publicly and even on our map. But on the map, the NRA area, we have what we call core areas, and then we have the rest of them are NRA areas.
Right.
So if you look at this map, Casey's General Store and Taco Bell are in the neighborhood revitalization area, but they were not. Taco Bell tore their store down and built a new one. They were not eligible for a tax rebate because they're not residential. So I wasn't trying to influence your decision on including this property in. I was only explaining that it was never contemplated that this market aid property would be developed residential because of its zoning and the zoning area. But even if you were to amend the map to include it in, and somebody came in and applied for a commercial tax rebate, they would not get it because it's not a core area.
Okay.
So even if you made that blue and made it part of the NRA area, the only type of project that would be eligible is residential.
Okay.
Because if you look at the map, Taco Bell is in the NRA, but they're not eligible because it's not a core area.
How is that? Okay, I'm not even going to muddy those waters. Okay.
So the only core areas run up the Santa Fe corridor and the North Broadway corridor and a little bit of Pacific. But outside of those areas, only residential projects are eligible for NRA.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
So, Mike, how would you suggest, because I'd like to make a motion on this and I'd like to follow through and have you do what you have requested, but that would be something less than take no action.
Sure.
Okay.
If you want to state your intention, staff's job is to draft something that tries to carry that out. So you
Okay.
don't have to have it in final form.
Well,
That's-
I think the motion would be to take no action on this specific request, but that to investigate bringing in the areas, the areas south, the areas bounded by Stapler Avenue, Delaware Avenue, Gypsum Avenue, and Glenifer Hill Park into the NRA.
Okay, so in light of what Dean just said, an alternative would be to take that to Iron Street and limit the eligibility to residential development, if that's in keeping with.
Okay,
Your
so you're
desire.
talking about make the boundary just Indiana? Because I'd like to bring in that parcel at west of Glenifer Hill.
You just mean this one whole, this
Yeah, kinda
area.
This area here.
Yeah, you're talking about that.
Well, do you go up to Riverside?
But I don't think that should be.
Oh, we're going to muddy
Yeah.
waters? Oh, honey.
Yeah,
talking about the block
you don't have the benefit
He's talking
of
about this
the
over in
area
here.
of change in the comprehensive plan map.
I don't.
But it is bounded by Crawford, the river, and Iron Street.
The Crawford River and the Iron Street, and then as you mentioned, well, why don't we look at that and combine Dean's comment on there about the commercial with it?
We can certainly prepare a map, and we can,
I'd
refine
like
it
to see what
further.
that looks like. Yeah.
I don't think there's very many lots in that area, empty lots. I think those are all, as far as
The
incentivizing
one
building
west of
or anything,
Glenifer.
I don't think there's any lots in there that are empty.
I want to make sure I understood that, what you just mentioned. Are you talking about mirroring the actual NRA with the area change map?
In that area, yes.
That area, okay, so that's a pretty large
That's a chunk.
increase.
How far south does that area of change go from Gypsum?
It goes to, as it
Crawford?
follows the river, it goes to Crawford.
Yeah, no, I don't want to expand
and
it that
back
far.
to the railroad tracks.
No, I just want that one block then.
And that can be done.
Now, is any of this area not going to be developed without this? Which I think would be one of our criteria for expanding the NRA.
Well, I
Or
think
in
from
mix
what
any
we
of those
heard
12
today, that
those
there
12
might be some
criteria.
difficulty in getting some of that land south of the requested parcel. I'm just trying to address that right now.
How would that influence the owners to sell?
Well, I'm just saying that you make that available for the NRA, bring that into the NRA, then it makes, I don't think that it's so much enticing someone to sell other than making it more attractive for someone to buy it.
Yeah, but that land is not vacant now.
No, it would have, you would have to acquire some of those properties in order to make a project.
So it doesn't meet the blighted, the qualifications for most of these other extensions. This is not.
Well, it's the same housing as what is west of it.
What about if we just deal with the Richardson proposed development at this time and then ask the staff to look into the changing that
Boundaries.
area to include, and just, it doesn't have to be in the motion. Right.
Agree with that?
We can do that.
The issue at hand and make a
Right.
request to staff.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
The real question is, and I don't know the answer to it, is that do we have time to address anything other than the specific request at hand in the time that we need to get the whole thing moving into the other taxing entities for purposes of the other requests?
So we just need to get to the Richardson, the options that you've identified for the Richardson proposed development.
And I'll be honest with you, I feel somewhat from the NRA program perspective, I feel a little more comfortable, Dean highlighting the fact that it would not be in a core area. Therefore, if for some reason they felt the market wouldn't help them do residential and they want to do commercial, at this point you don't have a commercial incentive there, you just have residential. You still are sort of flying kind of opposite of what your comp plan says, and at some point you might want to rectify the comp plan rather than incentivize residential in a commercial area. It wouldn't make sense. But on the other hand, we know the comp plan doesn't always tell us what's going to happen. It's not a crystal ball. In a sense, it's what we want, but it's not necessarily what you're going to have at hand and in front of you to deal with. And if you feel comfortable with that area to the south being used for housing under the conditional use permit approach that's already out there, which there's no reason you really shouldn't, then you can feel comfortable with this and trying to reconcile that. The point is the comp plan is not always going to get you a hit when you have two areas that are coming together. There's always going to be some gray and all that. So, and you're not dealing with a land use decision today per se either. So if you have an opportunity and you want to address it, you could do that.
May I throw one more?
withdraw my attempted motion.
May I throw one more rock in the pond?
Go ahead.
Please, you haven't had your turn yet.
The fact that the plan itself expires in 2018 may give you, if you just change these 4 items today or this year, you would have then an opportunity for the following year to have my predecessor look at adding another area.
Okay.
When you actually do renew the plan in 2018.
That's not going to be on your to-do list before you leave?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
He's pretty sure about this.
That's good. That timing's probably.
So,
Okay, well,
I
entertain
think
a motion.
I hope this is helpful. The scenario that Mr. Gage described would be bounded by gypsum, Indiana, and iron, not in the core, and that would result in only residential development being eligible for the rebate.
Right.
And that 2-block expansion to the east, if that's helpful.
I like that.
That's good.
So moved.
That's good.
Second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just, on page 1.
We're all getting very tired, I think, is the problem.
On which criteria is this being extended?
Need those 2
Pardon me?
blocks. This is the block south.
If you look
Or
for
which
the
criteria?
criteria for establishing a neighborhood revitalization plan, which criteria, and the criteria listed here in those first 3 paragraphs, which criteria are being used to expand this?
I'd have to go back to Mr. Schrag.
It's a neighborhood, let's see here.
Are you talking about in reference to the expansion of the area there where we're talking about gypsum, Indiana, and iron?
Well, actually, both.
Which KSA does that apply to? Is that what you mean?
I mean, the property in question and the extra property.
Well, I think we were just talking about asking the staff to take a look at that. Not necessarily.
And what would be done with the original request brought today?
Well, that's what we're waiting.
That's part of the motion.
Yeah.
That's what
And
we're
I'm a little
waiting
bit-
for.
Could I have the motion restated? Because I'm a little bit confused.
so am I.
And I'm sorry, my attention span's probably wandering just a little
So
bit. But I want to make sure what we're voting on.
The so moved was related to Mike's geographic description, which would in essence include the full 2 blocks from Iron Street south to Gypsum on the North Iron Street, south to Gypsum on Delaware to the west, and Indiana to the east. And the reason for the full block on the north is because it's not in the core area, so it doesn't affect any of the commercial anyway, so it gives you a clean line. And does, I think, what you would like to try to do, which is to deal with
Does that
the
incorporate
portion of the
this?
parcel at hand with the potential project, and also have the opportunity, if they can acquire property to the south, or anyone can for that matter, wishes to redevelop, they could do that.
Yeah. And Melissa just asked me if it included that parcels west of Glenifer Hill
Right,
It
the
did
big-
not.
Park, and
Right.
just for the
Okay.
purpose of being
Now, if you
open
wanted to
about it, I
include that, just
responded
tell
no.
us, and we'll know that's in the motion, and we can create a description for the minutes, and we can put that in. But the description that Mike gave that you said so moved did not include that almost a half a block next to, just west of the Glenifer Hill Park.
And I think I will take Mr. Hobby's suggestion on messing with that clean line until the next time we look at this. And then
Sounds good.
then just for Commissioner Davis, I guess the best thing I could say to this is that not all areas within the neighborhood revitalization area are considered blighted and or fitting within this description. So I think for me, it's the criteria that I would use to justify is that it's adjacent, it's in similar condition, and otherwise would promote the revitalization of that
Using
area.
the same logic that we use for special assessments, which is not having a consistent plan. I mean, the staff looked at it, the criteria on the front page, and it's not necessarily, I'm not saying that I don't think the property should be developed. I just want to know for future reference, I mean, if someone's in the next block over and they need financing for their house, I mean, does this just creep based on need, or does it creep based on our preset criteria?
Well, I think, if we're talking about a special assessment criteria, I think that it's always been sort of a desire to facilitate infill development. So if it were greenfield and adjacent, then I think to say, well, it's blight because nothing's on it would be kind of a stretch. So I think that I certainly think that looking at a full range of meeting different objectives and applying that criteria is important. But I think in this particular case, I think it just brings into that neighborhood revitalization area in a straight line, an area that is acting upon a request but not fully taking it there, but also provide future development opportunities in that area that might not otherwise be present. I think it facilitates a lot of what is in the comprehensive plan as far as facilitating infill and redevelopment. That's the short answer.
I like the end result. I'm just not sure. The more exceptions you have to make to a rule, the weaker that rule is. And it
Yeah,
needs
but I
to
think
be-
these are more arbitrary lines because it's already developed area versus drawing a clear line between what's in the city and what's not in the city. I think that's a big issue.
I was just using the
Yeah.
special assessments just as an analogy, but I guess I don't like rules that have 80% exceptions and 20%.
Well, and it's
Adherence.
it's interesting you should mention that, Commissioner, because I always like criteria and rubrics and scoring so that we can be as fair as possible. And something, when I was taking notes on this part of the packet, I realized that every single one of the requests was so entirely different that, my initial response to the blue sheet was like, well, of course, we want universally applied criteria, and we want to be able to judge them that way. And they're just so diverse that, unfortunately, I think we are going to have to go on a case-by-case basis.
I think so, too. And I think it's getting late. It's 8:15. Let's decide what that motion was and vote on it. Do we remember the motion?
Yeah, the motion was to have staff look at moving Ohio down to, is it Indiana?
Indiana. The NRA down to, across over to Indiana, but
Yeah.
it's
And
still
north
not
of-
taking
north
care
of
of the
Jackson.
Richardson request.
Well-
Extending it gypsum to Indiana to iron would encompass the Richardson request.
Okay. And that motion, that was in form of a motion and seconded? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm not sure if that's sincere or sarcastic.
I don't
but
even
I'm
know.
trying to help.
Go home and pack your van.
Now you need vacation, Mike. Okay. Motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. We're adjourned.